It's 6 o'clock with your BBC News. I'm Martin Emerson. A man's pleaded not guilty to the manslaughter of two people in a house explosion in Newcastle. 7-year-old Archie York and 35-year-old Jason Laws died in the blast in Violet Close in Benwell on the 16th of October. Mark Denton reports.
In a 20-minute hearing at Newcastle Crown Court, Rhys Galbraith appeared by video link and pleaded not guilty to all four charges he faces: the manslaughter of Archie York and Jason Laws, who died in the explosion, production of cannabis and being concerned in the supply of cannabis. Mr Galbraith will face a trial starting on May the 12th, which is expected to last up to 7 days.
The Met Office says temperatures could plunge to as low as minus 20 tomorrow night, making it one of the coldest nights in the last 15 years in the UK. The Pennines and the Highlands are the key areas to be affected, particularly where there's already snow on the ground. But here in the northeast, heavy frosts mean we could see the temperature drop dramatically in places like Consett and Barnard Castle. Here's our weather presenter, Paul Mooney.
It's set to stay mostly dry but bitterly cold over the next few days. Daytime temperatures only making 2 or 3 degrees at best. Nighttime will see widespread frost. Where there's still snow on the ground, somewhere like Barnard Castle, say, could see the numbers as low as minus 10 or minus 11 Wednesday night into Thursday.
The current cold snap has triggered a second round of cold weather payments in parts of the region. The same postcodes which benefited in November will do so again. The payouts are given after a period of 7 days of 0 temperatures or below. The £25 will automatically arrive in the bank accounts of those on certain benefits, including pension credit and universal credit. Northumberland is included in the list. A cocaine dealer has been jailed after he was discovered hiding drugs and thousands of pounds in cash in a hotel ceiling. Newcastle Crown Court was told Muhon Mir stayed at the Grand Hotel in Sunderland for around 17 months. Police arrested him in April last year and found the drugs and £31,000 in money in the ceiling of his room. A further search of the 25-year-old's home in South Shields unveiled another £168,000 hidden in suitcases in his loft. He was jailed for 8 years and 7 months. The first electric buses on Wearside have entered service. Stagecoach is introducing 20 battery-powered vehicles, which will run between the city and South Shields. It's the first time in more than 70 years electric-powered transport has been used there. Trams ended in 1954. Managing Director Steve Walker says it's a part of a commitment to lower emissions.
We have a commitment as a group to 2035 being totally emission-free, and we're well on our way in that journey. Here itself, about a quarter of the fleet now will be zero emission. We also have 30 gas buses as well, which are lower on emissions in this depot, so we're moving in the general direction.
And Sunderland fans are being encouraged to have their say on the naming of a new footbridge across the Weir, which links the club with Keele Square. The bridge is the 5th in the city centre area and is expected to be used by thousands of people when it opens later this year. Community groups will help draw up a list of possible names, which will then be put out to a public vote. On to the weather for the northeast then. Tonight will be dry and cold, and under clear skies the temperatures will dip to between minus 7 and minus 4. And it's going to be a dry and cold day tomorrow with more wintry sunshine, but again cold. We're looking at minus 1 to 2 degrees. And for an update anytime, you can ask your smart speaker to play BBC News for the northeast.
Thank you, Martin.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Well, this does feel a little like 2 years ago, doesn't it? Newcastle United, within touching distance of the Champions League places in the Premier League, are once again a couple of matches from Wembley. In 2023, Southampton provided the opposition in the Carabao Cup semi-final. It's probably fair to say that this time around it might be a bit more of a challenge. Mikel Arteta's Arsenal are doing their best to cling to Liverpool's coattails in the Premier League, and they're going strong in the Champions League as well. So the question is, can the Magpies pick up a result at the Emirates tonight, which will set them up nicely for the second leg at St James's Park in a month's time? We will have all the action tonight, as you would expect. The game kicks off at 8 o'clock. Before our commentary, we'll have build-up, team news and opposition lowdown, and of course your views on how it will go, so please do get in touch. Meanwhile, also 2 years ago, Sunderland were surprising people by mounting a promotion challenge in their first season back in the Championship. This time around, they look even stronger. You will hear tonight from Patrick Roberts reflecting on their latest victory. We'd love to hear from you Sunderland fans as well. There's also a bit of transfer speculation surrounding Sunderland too, so we will talk about that. We will be on air until 10:30 tonight, so time to react after the match. You will hear from Bedlington darts sensation Chris Dobie at half-time in the football as well. Another busy night, another potentially nerve-wracking night of Total Sport.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Here's the number to call if you'd like to get in touch, 0800 234 6565. And if you want to send us a WhatsApp message, 08000 321 333, start your message BBC. And if you want to send us a text, 81333 again, please start your message BBC. And we'd be very pleased to read out all those messages, but even better if you give us a call. 0800 234 6565 is the number. Ando is at the Emirates, where I understand, Ando, it's a little bit chilly.
It is a little bit fresh, yeah. And I don't think it's going to get much warmer, to be quite honest.
No, it'll only get fresher.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Not bad, though. Not bad. But nice and dry.
A very exciting game of football in prospect to warm the cockles of your heart, Ando.
You would think so, yeah. Interesting one. Just saw the people downstairs saying that Arsenal are struggling to create stuff. They've lost a little bit of confidence.
Well, that's what you want to hear, isn't it?
Yeah.
Music to your ears, that.
And we've gone the other way. You know, all of a sudden we're flying, creating bags of chance of scoring plenty of goals. So yeah, it could be an interesting one tonight. Lots to talk about ahead of the game. Come on to that in a moment. Marco Gabbiadini, former Sunderland striker, is somewhere warmer. Good evening, Marco.
I've still got my thermals on, he's got good reason to be there, so he should be, complaining too much, should he?
Yeah,
really?
well, it's his
I know he's enjoying it, really.
Of course he is. And we have two things to say to our Sunderland commentator Nick Barnes, who isn't with us this evening. Firstly,
happy birthday.
Yeah, those are them. Yes, thank you, Ando. Get well soon and happy birthday, Barnesy. Not nice being on at any time, but particularly on your birthday. So. Yes, all the best, Barnes.
Well, I don't know. If you phone in ill on your birthday, does that mean you're out enjoying yourself somewhere? I don't know. I was a bit dubious
what a thing to say.
Or is it because
you were thinking it? Everyone else is thinking it.
Or is it because he's got to a certain age and it's made him feel poorly?
Maybe that's it, yes. Maybe he wanted everyone to ignore his birthday, so he thought he'd stay away. But that hasn't helped either.
Is it a big one? I've not Googled him. Have you Googled him?
It's not got a zero at the end, so it's
okay. That's all right.
It's past that.
Yeah, he's.
I tell you what, we'll be able to judge how ill he is, because usually he texts in within moments of comments like these. But so if he's ill,
yes, I shall monitor media for social media for a response from Barnesy. Meanwhile, Razor is of course alongside Ando at the Emirates. Good evening, Razor.
Good evening to you. Hello.
Let's have a look ahead to tonight's game then. Back in a Carabao Cup semi-final. Again, the away leg first, like it was 2 years ago, so that's got to be good. A similar result would do nicely because, of course, they won 1-0 at Southampton, but tonight's opponents are a little bit tougher, aren't they, Razor?
Yes, but whoever they were paired with in the draw for the semi-finals would have represented a tougher tie than Southampton 2 seasons ago. But you asked the question at the beginning of the show, Pridey, about getting a result that keeps them in it, or that would be considered a good result with the second leg at St James's Park in a month's time. I think anything's possible tonight, and a good result could be that it's all square, or even if they lose, to be within a goal, maybe two at worst of Arsenal. But I also think they could win here tonight. Yeah. And it's not often that we come to the Emirates Stadium and feel that way. Newcastle have an atrocious record here.
It's not good, is it? I was looking at it today.
Yeah. Well, last season they lost 4-1. They scored, and that ended a run of 8 visits here without scoring. So that just tells the story. Never mind picking up points or results. Scoring goals is a problem. But they did draw here 2 seasons ago, and that was quite an angry game. But it was a really good result for Newcastle on their way to finishing 4th. So Ando's made reference to some of the issues Arsenal have. Newcastle are in great form. I think what is exciting about tonight is that perhaps more so than at other times, you just don't know what you're going to get. But I think what will make a difference to Newcastle will be the backing that they have. We are sitting to the right of the halfway line, almost in line with the penalty box, and quite close to us to the right hand side is a huge away section. The entire lower tier behind the goal and around each corner, 6,000 Geordies will be there cheering on their team tonight, so they'll have great support here at Arsenal.
They have, as you say, had problems scoring goals in that stadium where you are this evening in the past. There was, of course, an occasion, Ando, when they scored 3, but unfortunately, you know what happened at the other end. Do you remember that? Do you remember that? You remember that one when Newcastle scored 3? How many did Arsenal get?
Yeah.
He's still counting them.
A bucket load, yeah.
It was 7, yeah. I think it was. I think it was 3-3, was it, at one point? But they ran.
Oh, they ran away with it. Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Yes.
They got 2 or 3 late on as well, didn't they?
And I've got a few people on social media who are saying what they think would be a good result tonight, because I suggested a 1-goal defeat or anything better would be good tonight. Jack says 0-0 or a score draw, anything, a draw, but we'd send it to a one-off game at St James's. He'd be happy with that. Just don't lose, says Ryan. That's the wise aim. And Toon of Arabia says, I'm going for a 2-0 win. Reasoning, I don't think anyone can live with Newcastle in current form, and Newcastle have got more world-class players than Arsenal. So there's a bit of confidence there, isn't there?
More world-class players.
That's what Toon of Arabia on X says.
Interesting.
Well, Arsenal have got a few out. Bukayo Saka's got an injury, and it's not one that he's going to be back from anytime soon. The talented teenager Ethan Nwaneri, who scored for them at the weekend, he's injured. They've been without Raheem Sterling, Ben White, Takehiro Tomiyasu. The last 2 are defenders. Kai Havertz was ill at the weekend. Also, the captain Martin Odegaard was fit enough only to come on, or well enough only to come on and appear as a substitute at Brighton a couple of days ago. So they've had a few issues, a few injuries as well. Newcastle have got players missing too, including Bruno and Fabian Schär. So neither side will be at full strength tonight, but Arsenal probably without a few more of their big players or regular starters.
Well, Eddie Howe, let's hear from him now, is without 2 big players as well because of suspension. Fabian Schär, who was banned for the match against Spurs, can't play tonight either, of course. And captain Bruno Guimaraes, he's also unavailable after he picked up his 2nd League Cup booking this season in that quarter-final victory over Brentford.
Trying to find someone to play like Bruno, that's not easy. But no 2 players are alike, and you have to look at the player that you bring in and try and get him to play to the best of his ability, suiting his style, really. So no, I've got no doubt that it would be a slight change for us to be without Bruno. Only he can do what he does, but that doesn't mean it can't be effective for the team, whatever change we make. So we'll have to try and look at that and find the right balance to the team again, because the balance, I think, has been so good in the last few games. That's why we've executed what we have. So getting the balance of the team again with a new player coming in, or potential new players coming in, is something we'll have to look at closely.
So, Ando, who will replace Bruno, and how big a miss will the Brazilian be?
Yeah, he's been playing well in there. That midfield 3 have been excellent in recent games. I agree with what Eddie Howe has said. It's about getting the balance right. Who he brings in, don't know. I mean, would he bring Longstaff in? Would it be away from home? Joe Willock against his former club, or even young Miley. Young Miley's back. I don't think he play Miley. I think it's between Longstaff and Willock. And I don't know. I think it's a flip of a coin.
Do you think maybe Longstaff because it's away? Maybe.
Possibly. Yeah, possibly. But the one thing I would say, Simon, is that this is a side that don't know how to sit back and look to try and see games out. They know one way to play. That's to get into the face of the opposition, press them high up the pitch. They're not going to sit back and allow Arsenal to come at them, that's for sure. So for me it's a flip of a coin between Longstaff and Willock.
Well, Razor, what would your instinct be?
I'm not sure because Longstaff, with what Eddie Howe will describe as game intelligence, tactical knowledge, and all of the kind of the heavy lifting that he does in midfield is often preferred in away matches, but Joe Willock's athleticism and positivity in a match that I think Newcastle will approach in a positive way, because Eddie Howe, speaking at his press conference yesterday, also said that there's two legs to this semi-final, but Newcastle are better when they just play what's in front of them rather than thinking longer term. And if they go here trying to win and be in a strong position for the second leg, someone like Joe Willock, with what he will offer them going forwards, and when you have Joelinton doing everything he does on and off the ball, and Sandro Tonali in great form, that could be the right blend for this game. So I think, look, there are advantages to playing both players, but it's obviously, as the manager's just said, that we were just listening to, a huge blow to be without Bruno. And we know, Pridey, that the record without Bruno it doesn't make good reading. He's only missed 7 matches since joining Newcastle almost 3 years ago, and they haven't won any of those 7 games.
And you've talked a bit about Arsenal and players that they have missing. I mean, they've got lots on their plate as well, going well in the Champions League. So with the squad that they do have available, the player pool that Mikel Arteta does have available, do you think he will field his strongest side possible, Reza, or do you think he will also be considering upcoming games, both domestically and in Europe?
Well, like Newcastle, Arsenal are yet to play in the FA Cup this season, so that is ahead for them. That's next. They've got Manchester United at home on Sunday, but they're in the Champions League, and they are second to Liverpool, second on goal difference after Nottingham Forest's win last night. 6 points behind. Liverpool have a game in hand. But in terms of priorities for Arsenal, they are, like Newcastle, 2 matches away from a Wembley final, but they are also well positioned in other competitions, and then there's the FA Cup to come. So it will be interesting to know how Arsenal view the League Cup. It's been a little while since they won something, and they would of course want to have success at Wembley this season, but I don't know whether other competitions might be more important to them. Not that they would of course say that, but you look at the fixture lists, the respective fixture lists. Newcastle not in Europe, but Arsenal, you have to play 2 Champions League matches before the second leg takes place in 4 weeks' time of this League Cup semi-final, and they've got Premier League games, and they've got an FA Cup tie. They also played later over Christmas. They played on the 27th and on the 1st on New Year's Day, so their schedule is packed, more so than Newcastle's. They've got a lot of games, and as we mentioned, a few players out injured, so it's probably a tougher period of the season for them to manage than maybe Newcastle's is and has been over the last couple of weeks and into the next month or so.
We will bring you our customary opposition lowdown this evening from a reporter who knows Arsenal very well indeed. We'll do that actually after 7, so after we know the teams, so we'll find out what he has to say about the starting 11 being fielded by Arsenal this evening. Team news coming your way then straight after the news at 7 o'clock this evening. 8 o'clock kick-off tonight. Let's hear a bit more from Eddie Howe. Newcastle have been to Manchester United and to Tottenham and won. Now they are looking for another result against a big team away from home.
2 big highs in recent games, the Manchester United win and the Tottenham win. They're big results for us, but I've seen a really good reaction to those wins. Nothing too excitable from us, which is great. I think we need to become accustomed to playing in big games like this, so I've seen a really sort of level response emotionally, and it's just on now to the next one, which is of course the Arsenal game, and we look forward to it.
Yeah, this is going to be the toughest of those 3, I guess, Ando. How will they approach it, bearing in mind that they have been pretty attack-minded recently? They've been banging in the goals, so you wonder whether they will have a real crack at them and fancy their chances of, if you want to go down one end, we fancy our chances of going up the other end and scoring there. So,
I don't see us changing the way that we play at all. I don't think we've got the type of players who will just sit in and say, we're going to dog this out and see if we can get a 0-0. I think they'll go out, they'll play the game that we've seen them play in recent games, at Manchester United, at Spurs, where they get the opposition's face, they try to win the game, they try to score goals. I don't see anything changing here at all tonight. I don't see why you would want to Pridey, in all honesty, with the way that they're playing and with the confidence that they're playing it, why would you want to take that away from them? Why would you want to try and knock that out of them and say, well, we're going to do it this way? It's just a case for me of, look, go and do exactly what you've been doing. If you do exactly what you've been doing, you might give a goal away, but you're capable of scoring goals as well, the way that they've been playing in recent games.
And I think the point, Pridey, about big results away from home against established top teams or top clubs. I know Tottenham and Manchester United are mid-table or bottom half, aren't they, in the Premier League, but they have been part of what people call a top six over the last decade or so, or whatever time period you want to apply to that. That's, I think, one of the next steps for Newcastle on their journey towards success, which is the end destination for them, to get results regularly in fixtures like this, whether it's in league or cup. Now, the two matches, Tottenham and Manchester United, were very different. Both of those opponents had their own problems, respectively, going into the games. That's not Newcastle's concern. They went into both and put together performances that were good enough to win, and the result was ultimately all that mattered. But they come here tonight, and I agree with you, it's going to be much tougher. Their record here definitely has to be factored in, even if it's different teams, different players, different managers over the years, while they've had such a dire record at the Emirates Stadium. But to be able to come to places like this, be in games, win games, get positive results, whatever that represents tonight, whether it's a win, a draw, or even, as you said, potentially a narrow defeat that gives them a strong chance in the second leg at St James's Park, that's something that Newcastle United need to get to and do more regularly. They've probably never been in as good a position to do it, and I do think there's a good chance that we'll be leaving the Emirates Stadium tonight really happy with how tonight's match goes. But then there's also a chance that Arsenal, with all the brilliant players they have, could turn it on, motivated by the fact that they also need a trophy, they need some success, and yeah, like I said to you at the start, I could see any possible outcome this evening, but I do feel more confident going into this match at Arsenal than I have done many, many times watching Newcastle here over the years.
I'm going to read a message that we received at the end of the programme last night for two reasons. Partly, some people will have missed it because it was right at the end of the programme, and partly because I just enjoyed Ando's reaction to it, so I'm going to read it again. You might well remember the one I'm...
Oh, yes, I do, yeah.
David Tour, thank you for your message. It simply says, Newcastle have the best midfield in world football, or at least it's as good as Barcelona's midfield. Regards, David. I got the same response last night. There were a few seconds of silence. Then Marco chuckled.
Well, Martin Odegaard, Declan Rice, and... it's Mikel Merino, once of Newcastle, or Jorginho, who might play in there. Thomas Partey tends to be at right back now, with Ben White injured, but Arsenal would probably claim to have one of the best midfields in the Premier League.
Would you swap though? I don't know if you'd swap. I mean, Ando, you've had time to think about it now. Have you thought of a better midfield that you'd rather have?
In world football?
Yes.
I don't know a great deal about world football, to be quite honest with you.
Yes, you do.
You're a master of world football. Look, they're decent, there's no doubt about that. They're quality players since he's changed it around and put Tonali in that central role, pushed Guimaraes further forward, and Joe Linton just does what Joe Linton does.
The good thing is, John, they're good players.
That balance is good, yeah. Individually, they're very, very good players. And as a unit at this moment in time, they're playing well, they're complementing each other. But I just think that's a real bold statement to say it's the best midfield in world football. Finally,
Pridey, when we speak to our Arsenal expert just after 7, once we've had confirmation of the two teams,
yes.
Make sure you put to him the Alexander Isak situation, and the claims that we get from some who listen to our show that Ando has been trying to move Isak on to Arsenal.
You know who's been instigating that, Razor, don't you?
Who?
He's on the other end of the
other end of the what?
Microphone.
Okay, yeah.
Are you saying this is Pridey driven?
Not me.
Yeah. Not you, Marco. No, it's the other fella beside. I was going to say he's beside you, but he's not beside you either, is he?
I'm usually the other end of a horrific glare from you, but
he's storing it up. But
no, all you've said, I know, Ando, is that you think he'd be the sort of player that Arsenal would admire and try to get.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's quite a few players that Arsenal would admire and try to get. Look, he's a boy, and I don't see why people are getting annoyed about it. This is a conversation we've had many a time. If you've got players who are playing well, I think that's a compliment to your manager, to your coach and staff, to your club, that you've got players that other teams are interested in.
Yeah. Okay.
That tells you where your football club is. You know, and at this moment in time, and I said it last night, Isak's he's the best centre forward in the Premier League.
And the most important thing of all is that Newcastle intend to keep him and have no need.
And look, he's not going to go anywhere in this window anyway.
Okay, very unlikely.
I'll tell
Unless someone offers 150 million.
No, it won't happen.
It's
not going to happen. No.
Okay. All right. 0800 234 6565. The Isak situation, a bit of a subplot, but it's all set up nicely, isn't it? Still over an hour and a half before kick-off, but almost feeling the atmosphere from the Emirates. Looking forward thoroughly to tonight's game. Commentary here on BBC Radio Newcastle with Razor and Ando, and plenty of build-up before that. We would love to hear from you. 0800 234 6565. And you can send us a message on WhatsApp 08000 321 333. Start your message BBC. You can do a voice note that way as well. Or you can send a text 81333. Again, please begin your message with the letters BBC. Otherwise, we don't receive it. And we're going to talk about Sunderland next. It's 6:25 now, and this is Total Sport.
This is what you fell in love with.
The magic of the FA Cup alive and well.
This is original football.
The drama. What a story.
The FA Cup third round. Arsenal v Manchester United.
Brilliant goal. Cracking finish, Arsenal lead. Just sensational from Manchester United.
Watch live Sunday on BBC iPlayer.
So let's discuss Sunderland now. Marco Gabbiadini, former Sunderland striker, here to do just that. And tonight, Marco, we are going to hear a little bit from the Sunderland winger Patrick Roberts, and he spoke to Nick Barnes after Sunday's win over Portsmouth.
Yeah, I think we always knew it was going to be, a difficult game. After the Sheffield United game, coming back here, they were going to make it difficult. But I think first half we did really well, and I think after the first goal, I thought we would, go on to score more. That weren't the case, but other times towards the end we've conceded a goal. So today we didn't. I think it was just one of them games. It was nice to just get through and get the win. Sometimes you maybe get a draw, you lose them games, and everyone looks back and goes, oh God, we should have taken something there. But then you come here and you get 3 points, and it's nice, and you go home and then you can prepare. We've got a couple of weeks now to the next league game, so it's nice, and you've got the FA Cup. We'll see what we do then. So it'll be a nice week, and there's been a few illnesses as well, and it would just be nice to kind of week to week action after this period and go again.
Yeah, the way he's talking there, Marco, feels like he feels they do need a bit of a break, and obviously the FA Cup coming up.
Sounded tattered, didn't he?
Well, yes, it sounded a bit littler, didn't he, from last night, didn't it? But it's been a bit of a slog, winning against Portsmouth. That was all that mattered, really, I guess.
Yeah, and look, the manager said 5 games in 15 days, travelling around the country. It's obviously the festive season involved in that, and although you're a professional sportsman, you've still got your family buzzing around and saying who's doing this and who's doing that, and we're meeting here and we're having this gathering, and it's not easy. There are certain players who I played with who just used to cut off from it permanently, and just ignore the fact that it was Christmas or whatever, which is very difficult, especially if you've got family and kids, etc. But so it is. I can remember going into hotels on Christmas Day evening, and it was dead. It was demoralising almost, because you're going in these places there's no restaurant open, you had to eat before you set off, all kinds of things you have to go through. And look, it's not something you're going to get too much sympathy for, but it, at the end of it, you've got to look back and hope that you've got what you deserve from the games that they played. And I think Sunderland were a bit unlucky in a couple of the games, conceding late goals, but they got it right on Sunday, and it was a big win, because there was a few results around us that went our way, and it puts the pressure back on and puts us really in touch with the top 2. So job well done. And Patrick, he's played a lot of football this year. He's had some good influence on the team. Maybe not his night in front of goal on Sunday, but I'm sure he'll be back.
Yeah, Patrick Roberts, only 2 goals this season, something that he is looking to improve on. Roberts came close on Sunday, didn't he? But his effort was cleared off the line.
Story of my life, I think. We'll always try. We've got, speed at the top. We've got me and Adil out wide, and you've got the two boys in midfield who are engines, and you've got the back four, always consistently sturdy. So we created things. I think we created a lot. Obviously should have scored much more. I think we know that, but like I said, at the end of the day, after all the energy we used on Wednesday to get the win, then to come in today to get the goal, see the game out and take 3 points, and it's a nice feeling.
He's a good player. He probably should score more. He's always looking to come inside and have a shot. So why doesn't he score more?
Well, he had a purple patch a couple of years ago, didn't he? Where it's like almost any time he wanted to, he just came in on that left foot and winged it in the top corner. And he did it a couple of times in the second half on Sunday, and you thought, go on. Everyone's out on the edge of the seats. Well, maybe not the fans who were there because they were probably frozen to them. But he's an exciting player when he's in full flow. But it is luck sometimes. There was a lot of bodies in front of him, between him and the goal, so that obviously little deflections and nicks. And we did have a few of those, and none of them ended up on target, which would have helped. But so you'd have to say it wasn't a particularly productive night, but they kept doing the right things. I know we had a few people say that we allowed Portsmouth back in the game and that they deserve something from it, but it's. These games are attritional. The opposition are always going to... whoever you play and however badly the opposition play, teams will always have a little chance or a couple of little chances in the box where you go, oh, gosh, that was close. Because of some... what Sunderland did on Sunday was they kept playing and kept going forward. I don't think it suits us to sit back and try and soak things up. But then that means that you end up a little bit spread out over the pitch. You're playing with wide players who are getting into wide positions. And then when you lose it, it's a long way back to defending your final third. And that maybe was a factor, and maybe that's where you saw the tiredness kick in.
I wonder if his role is different, though. You feel his role is different when Sunderland play with two strikers. I guess it obviously is, because part of his job is to provide surface to those strikers, as well as being a goal threat, hopefully himself. So, but he obviously doesn't really often go down to the byline and cross with his right foot, does he?
No, and it's funny. I watched there was somebody put a clip on one of the social medias about his. I think he's had 5 assists this year, and I think 4 of them are when he's gone on the outside and crossed it with his right foot.
Okay,
and if I could say one. Yeah, if I sat down with him, that will be what I say, because I think he's got it in his locker. I think sometimes he's not startlingly quick. We've got to say that. He's tricky. His close control is fantastic. He's got loads of attributes, but pace isn't one of them. But he unbalances defenders, and it only takes half a yard to get a cross in, and I think he could do that more. But also the other thing about playing 2 up front is I think he ends up being a little bit deeper when we're defending, because instead of having, say, Chris Rigg as a support, playing like in that 10 role, who then naturally drops into the midfield as say you lose the ball on the right hand side and you're further up the field, and Chris Rigg has he's timing his run into the box, he's getting back into a defensive position, whereas when it's 2 up front, Roberts has to get back and make that midfield 4. So it's a bit more complicated, a little bit more old-fashioned, and I think that's maybe what contributed us to being a little bit open in those last 20 minutes of the game on Sunday. But look, I think it also suits us in many ways, because we play nice. When we win it, we play nice, 3 or 4 quick passes, and we're looking to play forward into Mayenda and Isidore, and I think I find that a little bit more exciting than playing with just one striker. But we've played good football all the season. To be honest, you can't really complain about the way that the manager wants the team to play. He wants them to be on the front foot and play a little bit quicker than we've seen over the last few years, and the results have come.
Sunderland then are keeping pace with Leeds, Burnley and Sheffield United up towards the top of the Championship. Roberts says that has, though, been a big effort.
Yeah, I think we've put so much in, especially this first half of the season. We've had a lot of injuries, to some key players, and a lot of us, have had to kind of grind through even this Christmas period and grind through play games. It's nice to have that little bit of rest, maybe, if that comes. And we've got the FA Cup, and other lads might get a chance as well, and you get to see younger boys or whatever the manager decides to do, and it kind of gives you a rest from league action. But I think when you're winning and stuff, it makes it feel a bit easier, and you go into games, and especially when you're playing well, because you could easily take your foot off the gas, and the manager kind of doesn't let that, and he has a different game plan, and we set up a different way, and just evolving as a team, and these things are nice, and I'm sure he's proud in that sense.
He's talking about rest again there. He is starting to sound like Luke Littler. I wonder where if Sunderland win the championship, I wonder where he would put his medal or put the trophy.
It's probably just going to go on the living room on the floor or something.
Probably would, wouldn't it? A bit of season reflection there from Patrick Roberts.
Yeah, and he's highlighting there the deficiencies that we can all see, but we've responded to it really well as a group. The players have got to take great credit for that. You look at, I wasn't the only person when we lost Jack Clark who was worrying what that would do to the balance of our team. Everything went through him. Probably too much went through him last season. He was our outlet in every attack. Then all of a sudden, Mundell comes in and, blows us all away the first few games of the season. Fantastic. And then on top of that, he gets injured. And then young Watson comes and everyone's excited about him. So, and then we've lost him. So, when those things happen, it's difficult because you want good players in every position. We've had an issue there, and now we're playing with Al-Shish, who was probably it's a bit harsh on him, but he's probably third or fourth in line for that position, but we're still winning games.
Yes. I promised you a bit of transfer gossip as well. Barnsley is listening, so he's been in touch about it, hasn't he? He anticipated one of the stories that I might be talking to you about, which is a reported inquiry about a player at Roma, an out-of-favour midfielder called Enzo Laffi, whom Regis Lebris managed at Lorient. And this is from somebody called Matteo Moretti, who's an Italian sports journalist. Barnsley says he's been told that he thinks that's unlikely, but that's what is being reported elsewhere.
I mean, yeah. Look, these things, I don't. John and I often don't treat these things with too much gravitas, really, because I mean, the link is an easy link to make because he's worked with him before. But if one thing that the new regime, we've 3 or 4 years of it now. They're not just going to sign players that a manager wants because he's worked with them. Now, there have been 1 or 2, but usually they don't go too well. And it's an old-fashioned thing that lots of managers, managers in our era, the 80s, 90s, noughties even, we're well known for taking 3 or 4 players who they've worked with before. Yeah. But I think that is not really. It's a bit of a thing of the past for the model that we've got. And yes, the question would be, what would be le fee for Enzo if he was signed? I mean, where from
I've no idea.
I
just wanted to use the pun. That's all.
Yeah, you just wanted to use the pun. I know, but yeah, it would. The fee.
Never heard of it until today.
Never mind the fee. It's his wages that would be the issue.
Indeed.
We're just not going to pay what a top Italian. If he's playing for a top
at Roma,
Italian
so
club.
yeah. No, you're right. You're right. So that would be difficult. Crystal Palace have apparently renewed their interest in Jobe Bellingham. He's being valued around about £20 million, apparently. I don't know, 20 million for Jobe? Deal or no deal, Marco?
Well, if he was on a 5-year deal on 50 grand a week, he'd be worth a lot more than that. But he isn't, is he? This is where the club have. It's been a very well. They've done very well bringing the player from Birmingham. He's come in and has he had a renewed contract? He must have done, or there will be terms in it that it improves. But this is the problem. It's exactly the same scenario as Jack Clark. They'll get to a point where he's getting nearer and nearer the end of his contract, and that's what he's worth. Now look, the value of a player isn't like it was in our day, where the club owned you. They owned you even if your contract was run out. The game has changed in that the players now have more control, and they know that they can sort of hold the club to ransom a little bit if they refuse to sign a new contract, even if it is more lucrative. They're better off keeping the length and the value of the contract down because that influences the value of the player. But look, I think clubs might be tempted to play a bit more for him because he's been influential. He's had a good season so far, but last season was a growth year, and I think he did very well. Ran out of steam at times, but what do you expect of a player of his age? But I think he's reaching maturity every game.
Bellingham's contract was extended at the beginning of this season, actually, to 2028. So the club's obviously, looking to make sure that they get the best value for him if he goes, or he's tied down to a long deal, which you never know. He might stay.
You get a pay rise and a little, extension on the contract, or if it was, it might have been a clause that was in there as an option. I'm not sure, but it's the value. We know what the ceiling at our club, I would say, is probably. Would you say, I don't know, 20 grand? It's probably not even that per week, and clubs in this league are paying double, much more than double that.
Okay. And Pep Guardiola at Manchester City is apparently keen on Matty Young. I don't know how much Pep has seen of Matty Young. Sunderland's 18-year-old goalkeeper, but he's at Salford at the moment on loan, but he's kept 6 straight clean sheets. To help them climb the table there. This is being reported in The Sun. He's obviously really, really highly rated. You wonder what Sunderland's plans are for him. Would Sunderland be thinking about Anthony Patterson and him eventually being snapped up by somebody, and then Young being, drafted straight into the team to get some first-team experience, and then his value will obviously build very quickly if he starts playing in the Championship. I mean, he's 18 now. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, that's exactly. We were talking about Mundell earlier on. That's sort of the scenario there, isn't it? With Jack Clark. Jack Clark was improving reached his his perfect spot really for leaving, and then we followed it up with Mundell, who more than did a good job of filling his boots, and if that's how it's going to go for the next few years, then so be it. But it goes back to this question that I always have, and I always feel a bit mean bringing it up, in that the team are doing so well and we're enjoying it, but how if we don't get promoted this year, for instance, how many of these players will be here next year, and then we start again? And it just it just makes me think, how long is it till we actually really want, really push to go in the Premier League? This next the window we're in now, are we going to go out and spend big to give it a go, or not even spend big? Just support the manager and just help him a little bit with a couple of experienced players, maybe, or a proven goal scorer. Is that going to happen? We'll have to see.
Give us a call this evening. We would love to hear from you if you want to talk Sunderland with Marco, or talk Newcastle with Ando, who's at the Emirates ahead of tonight's League Cup semi-final first leg, Arsenal against Newcastle United. Here's the number.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And first on the line is Jonathan, who's a Newcastle fan. Hello, Jonathan. How are you doing?
Hi, all right, Sam. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How excited are you about tonight, then? What do you think is going to happen?
I'm more excited about what excuses you've got for the Great North Run this year again.
I've not made any excuses. I could well run it.
You could, yeah.
Might not.
Yeah, okay. I think you will.
Yeah,
you like to keep it sort of string along a bit.
I might, yeah. No, the January ballot is open for anyone that fancies it, Jonathan. You included.
I know. I have thought about it, but...
You've thought about it, but what?
Well, I've got... not that this is relevant what we're talking about, but I've got had an old football injury, so I've got some pins in my foot that restrict the level of running I do on five-a-side.
Yeah.
/ I'm lazy.
That old excuse, stand in the centre circle, spraying it around. The pins in my foot, you see. Yeah,
sponge required.
Is it? I think from the way you're talking, I think it's probably possible that you could defy the odds and run the Great North Run. So, I hereby put it to you, Jonathan, that if Newcastle United win tonight by 2 clear goals or more, you have to do the Great North Run.
Okay, well, I'll take that right now. Yeah.
Will you?
Okay.
Excellent. Okay.
Can I cash out or not?
No, you can't. No. You absolutely can't. So you'd be nervous if they go a goal up, wouldn't you?
I'll be up for that. I'll take that all day long.
And if they win by 4 clear goals or more, Andrew, you'll do it, yeah?
Yeah, no bother.
Yeah,
okay.
Don't expect me in for a couple of days though.
That doesn't matter. Yeah, you could have the week off if you do that.
Oh, that's all right. I'll definitely do it then.
Newcastle win 4-0 tonight. You do the Great North Run and then have the week off. All these things could happen. Okay.
Sound.
How are you seeing it tonight, Jonathan?
it's tricky to say because I think it's always a game that will be tough no matter what team they play, even if they've got a few out. And I'm hoping it's not more than a 1-0 deficit. As negative as that sounds, I want to have something to play for in a month's time. And if we've got a good side. I think we've only got one key player missing really. I know Shaw's excellent, but Botman is definitely a good deputy for that position. If he plays, then I think it's Bruno. Who plays instead of him, and controlling the games. The last few games we've never done that all season until we put Tonali where Bruno was and moved Bruno further forward. So controlling games away from home is what we've been good at the last few weeks. I think it's going to be a totally different game tonight, and it's probably going to be their strongest team, our strongest team, apart from Bruno and Shaw. So it's a game everything to play for, but it's not exciting for that way. I feel a bit nervous about the whole thing, but I don't want to be 2-3-0 and then really disappointed. I think we're going to be fighting, and one thing we've got to do is get in their faces because Arteta doesn't love it, but I love to wind them up just because I think his team respond to that in a negative way. When they see him getting wound up, they kind of they don't really perform. So if Jason Tindall can do a job on him on the touchline and then Joe Linton does a job on the team, I think we'll get everybody rattled. That's what we need, I think. But
what do you think, Ando? Get them rattled.
I said that earlier on, didn't I? I don't think we can come here and sit back and say to Arsenal, you can have the ball, keep coming at us and see if you can break us down. I think we've got to go about it the same way as we did at Ipswich, at Manchester United, at Spurs at the weekend. You've got to take the game to them. You've got to get control of the game. I don't think we can do it any other way. I think Eddie Howe will play exactly the same way as we've been doing in recent weeks, which is going, looking to score goals, looking to win the game. And as I said to you earlier on, Bridie, talking to people down here, Arsenal haven't been great lately. Their confidence is a little bit on the low side, so you've got to be looking to take advantage of that. And I know our record down here hasn't been great, but records are there to be broken. It's got to come to an end sometime. Our record at Old Trafford was absolutely atrocious, and you go there and you win in a canter. So I just think if we go about it the same way as we have the recent games that we've played, there's no reason in the world why we can't get a result here.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all. I just hope to do what you're saying. I should go for it from the first minute, because the last 4 or 5 games have scored in the first 10 minutes of every one of those games, even when they go 1-0 down, or went 1-0 down on Sunday. They took the game to Tottenham straight away. I think it'd be totally different to Man United, because Man U just weren't at the races, but I think Arsenal will try and play through a bit. Odegaard's the one to watch, but I'm not bothered about anybody else, to be honest, in their whole team. They haven't got a striker. They haven't really got a winger that I'm bothered about. It's purely Odegaard. Everything goes through him. Mm-hmm. If you can get him, Mark, if Tonali can wrestle him a bit, and Joe Linton get in his face, stop him playing, and they've got a good chance.
Okay. Jonathan, thank you very much indeed for sharing your views ahead of tonight's game. Remember, we are on air until 10:30 tonight, so if you want to have your say after the match as well, we'd love to hear from you. This one is from Mark, a message that has come in 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp. He started his message, as you must do, with the letters BBC, and he says, I think Miley should play tonight, but it'll definitely be Longstaff. This one is from Mike in Whitley Bay, who says, I disagree with Razor. We can't lose tonight, else the pressure in the second leg would be too great. Got to be a draw at worst. And Mike says, my expectation is Kelly and Willock will start, and we will draw 1-1 under.
I don't think Kelly will start. I think if Kelly was going to start, he would have started the weekend against Spurs. That's just me. I think Botman starts tonight. If something we spoke about last night, if he's come through Sunday all right, and he came off because it was a little bit of cramp, but if he's recovered well enough, I expect him to start. And as I said, I think it's a toss-up then between Willock and Longstaff, who gets Guimarães' place in midfield. Young Miley, yeah, he's been out for a while. It'd be a surprise if he started, I have to say. But you never know. But I would be surprised if Miley started.
Keep your thoughts coming in. I would love to hear from you, and the teams will be coming out in around about 10 minutes, as in the team sheets will be coming out in around about 10 minutes, so we will be able to discuss it after the news, but we'd love your thoughts before then as well.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Lots of people heading to the tip at the minute, clearing out the houses and stuff, so this is actually happening. We're doing tip tales this morning. Wendy, what's yours?
I was taken to Pity Knee Tip on Valentine's Day. And I've never let him forget that.
At what point did you realise you were going to the tip, Wendy?
Well, in fairness, it was impromptu because we were going to head into Durham. And then he said, well, while we're here, we might as well just head to the tip as we're going past.
That is how all beautiful love stories start.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
I love going to the tip. Don't know about you two. It's a nice feeling.
I've got a tip story. It's a quick one.
Go on.
We used to have before the proper tip came, where you reverse in and all that stuff. There used to be a real scruffy one in York with a big chimney in the middle of it, and you just used to just dump your stuff. Yeah. And we moved house one time, and we had a big vehicle, like a van, 7-seater thing. Emptied all the seats out and did loads of the removals ourselves. But I had to go to the tip. Went to the tip, got a puncture, had to go to Quick Fit, get it repaired. Get back on the job. 2 hours later, went to the tip again, got another puncture. Two screws both time in the tip, and had to get me punctures repaired twice in a day.
So what a day I didn't enjoy that trip. What a day in the life
moving
of,
house
and
you get two punctures.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for your tips.
But we got through it.
Yes. There's a moral in that.
Yeah.
It was worth it. Right then, let's have a chat to Mike, who is on the line now, Sunderland supporter. Hello, Mike.
Hi. Good evening.
Hey, Mike.
Hello, Mike.
Have you got a story of when you've been to the tip, or would you prefer to talk football?
Well, I'll talk football. I don't go to the tip that often.
No, okay. There's a man who's got his life in order. Doesn't need to go to the tip.
Or not, because, going to the tip does keep your life in order,
right.
I
maybe
believe.
you should go more often, Mike. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, how are you feeling about Sunderland at the moment, Mike?
Pretty good, actually. I think I'll be interested to hear from Marco about Saturday's game, because my view is I'm not bothered if we go out of the cup. I think we need to. The most important thing is the Burnley game, and he's got a chance on Saturday to play some of the fringe players. And my reasoning on that is, look what happened to Coventry last year. Had a really good cup run. We're up in the playoffs and everything else, and the cup run just derailed everything for them. And I'd rather concentrate on the league personally.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, because there is a responsibility to the fans as well. That's one of the things, and I'm sure there will be lots of people who differ in opinion to you, Mike, and that's going to be taken into account. But look, my only point would be, who would he play off that bench? There's Yelder's played games. Rusin's played games, but they haven't played many between them, have they, for the club? What? I bet they've had I don't know, 20 starts between them without looking at the stats. And beyond that, who else is on the bench? There aren't really too many. Al-Sheesh, obviously, Alexic he's coming.
I'd like to see Ogren Sui given a chance, to be fair.
Who?
Ogren Sui. The young lad, the young striker.
Well, yeah, but what I'm trying to say, I think, is have we got to not be, have we got to be careful that we don't put too weak a side out there, that it becomes an embarrassment. That is the issue.
I agree with you. I don't think he can make that many changes, but I think there are some players who could perhaps just get a break. I don't know how close Ballard's back to coming back. Or even Mundell, for a 20-minute period or whatever.
The people who you wouldn't leave out, I think, would be, I wouldn't leave Mepham and O'Nien out, because they're your sort of two most experienced players in a way.
Yeah. I'd change the keeper.
Well, yeah, that's fair enough, because you've got an experienced player there to come in and who's, you know.
And obviously,
fair enough.
if Samed is fit, he might fit in place of maybe Job or Dan Neil.
Yeah, I mean, I would think
love
Dan
to see
Neil
him
would
play. Whether or not he's going to be ready yet, we don't know. But that would be, if he is, that's an obvious thing to do, isn't it? Give him a game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the type of game where, you know, I get what people think that, we do want to win it, and let's see who we get in the next round. You know, and I get that, but we've got a really tough game coming up against Burnley, and we need everybody fit, not tired, you know?
Yeah.
And I just think this is, you know, the FA Cup sometimes can be a bit of a distraction.
All right, yes, that famous old phrase, the distraction of the cup. But thank you very much, Mike. I want to move on now, but thank you for sharing your thoughts. Just want to make sure that we can get Tom on before the news, which is coming up in 5 minutes' time. Tom is a Newcastle fan. How are you feeling, Tom, ahead of tonight's game?
A little bit nervous, Simon. Good evening, anyway. Good evening, John.
Good evening.
Tom.
Hello.
Yeah, Friday, just a quick one for the night. I think the one key word for me, John, tonight is discipline, mate. Across the board, you know. I know Joe Linton's had a bit of a hot head the last couple of games, but he's played really well. But I would change the team. I haven't got what the team news is, but I would play Dubs, I would play Trips instead of Pino. I'd play Sven, Big Dan Burn, Paulie, Joe Linton, Joe Willock, and Tonali in the middle. Murphy, Isaac, and Gordon. That would be my team for the night. And just discipline, keep them to within reach, you know, within a goal. You know, either way we could win it, we could lose it, but it's going to be tight, I think, tonight. What do you reckon, John?
Yeah, look, I just think, you know, funny enough, Tom, just before you came on, we were talking about which way they would approach it. I think they've got one way of approaching it, the same as the approach they've approached the last half a dozen games. That's getting in the face of the opposition, putting them under pressure. I don't think we're the type of team that can come here and sit in and say to Arsenal, you can have the ball, come and break us down if you can. I think we go and we play one way and we get up the pitch, we get into advanced positions, because this is a side, as it's shown in the last half a dozen games or so, that it's got goals in them and it can score goals. So I don't think that's going to change, but I think you're right from the discipline point of view. I think we showed that second half at Spurs on Sunday, where we kept our shape really well. We were really well disciplined. For all the ball that Spurs had in that second half, I never felt they were going to hurt us because our shape was so good. You know, we gave them no room to go and play in, so they had to play in front of us all the time. And I think if we can do that tonight, there's no reason in the world why we can't get a result here.
Yeah, I think the mood music's different as well, John. You know, I remember the cup final against Man U, and we had a couple of players injured, coming back like Isaac and whatnot, you know. But this time, I think we're going in this time stronger, more confident, and without being arrogant or too confident, just knowing we're going to give them the game, you know. We'll throw them away.
Yeah, look, I think confidence is sky high. It has to be, you know. Individually and collectively, you know, everybody's playing well, everybody's doing their part. The performance levels have been so high. They're scoring goals, they're keeping clean sheets at the other end. You know, so I don't think they'll fear coming here. I really don't. Even though our record here over the years hasn't been great, I'm not really fearful coming here tonight, if I'm perfectly honest. You know, and that's just on the basis of what I've seen the last half a dozen games. I think the way that we're playing at this moment in time, we're capable of giving anybody a game. And I think if we perform to the levels that we have been performing to, we most definitely will give this Arsenal side a game tonight.
100%. Just the last quick point. Friday.
Yes.
Right, this is the crackhead. So I'll give you £100 for a charity of your choice if we sell Isaac by the end of this month. And if we don't, get me on the fans forums. I'm going to remind you every 5 minutes.
I'm not saying that they will sell. I'll take you up on that, though. You can do your charity donation. That's fine. But I don't believe it'll happen. But I think if the money was ridiculous, it would. But
I don't know. Not even in January. If it was ridiculous in the summer, maybe. But you do replace them.
No, I don't see any big deals happening in this January window, and I'll tell you why. Because the selling clubs hold all the power, and if they know that you want the player, you're going to pay way over the odds. You know,
John.
Yeah, but if somebody wanted Isak and they came in with, I don't know, for instance, say we'll offer you 120 million, they go, no, we want 150. We hold all the we hold all the aces. If you give us 150, you can have them. But I don't see any big deals happening anywhere. I mean, not just us, but anywhere.
Yeah, well, John, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's still got 3.5 years. He's got 3.5 years of his contract left. Yeah.
But I tell you what's great, like to all Newcastle fans out there, is you know, we've got some great players and they're worth a lot of money now.
We'll have to leave it there. But thank you very much indeed for coming on this evening, Tom. Good to speak to you.
Take it easy.
Still time for you to have your say tonight. 0800 234 6565 is the number to call, and we'll have team news for you very shortly indeed.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
Play BBC Radio Newcastle.
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
At 7 with the BBC News, I'm Carl Hartley. A 14-year-old boy has died after being stabbed on a double-decker bus in south-east London. Police and paramedics were called to the bus in Woolwich just before 2:30 this afternoon, but the boy died soon after they arrived. Our reporter Ross Ryan has the latest.
The incident happened at 2:30 this afternoon on the 427 bus, which was on Woolwich Church Road at the time. The Met Police say the boy died at the scene shortly after paramedics from the London Ambulance Service and the air ambulance arrived. No arrests have been made, but a police cordon and road closures remain in place.
More than 100 flood warnings remain in place across the country this evening. The Environment Agency has issued a severe flood warning near Barrow-upon-Soar in Leicestershire, meaning there is a danger to life. People are being evacuated from the area and more rain, snow and sleet is expected to fall. This comes as East Midlands Ambulance Service has declared its first ever critical incident due to much of the area being hit by flooding. It says a combination of significant patient demand, pressure within local hospitals and flooding across the region has led to the escalation. Ben Holdaway is Director of Operations for EMAS and says it's a huge step for them to do this.
This is the first time in EMAS's history that we've declared a critical incident, and that came on the back of what we saw yesterday, which was rising demand through 999 calls, ambulances stuck at hospitals trying to offload their patients, which led to us around 6 o'clock yesterday evening having over 500 incidents waiting for an ambulance response.
A 12-year-old boy has appeared in court in connection with the trouble in the Hare Hills area of Leeds during the summer. The boy pleaded guilty to a charge of violent disorder after 2 nights of disturbances in July when he was just 11. He's due to be sentenced at Leeds Youth Court next month. Newcastle boss Eddie Howe says his striker Alexander Isak feels he can score every game at the moment. They play Arsenal at the Emirates in tonight's League Cup semi-final first leg. Isak has 14 goals to his name this season, including 9 Premier League goals since the start of December. And a tawny howl has been rescued after being found trapped and covered in soot in a wood burner flue pipe near Weymouth. And the bird named Sooty had strayed down the chimney at a holiday home on Dorset's Jurassic Coast. Richard Gray is a log burner specialist who helped to rescue him.
I managed to dislodge the claws because he wasn't very forthcoming, even though we were trying to help. Dropped him down, and there he was, sat in the log burner, very still, couldn't open his eyes. So we sat him on the rod, pulled him out of the log burner and took him outside to get a better look at him, really, covered in soot.
There's more on those stories on the BBC News website. You're now up to date. It's coming up to 3 minutes past 7.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
So tonight we are building up to an 8 o'clock kickoff. Arsenal versus Newcastle United at the Emirates, semi-finals of the League Cup. It's the first leg. Matthew Raisbeck can tell us how the Magpies line up tonight.
Replacing the suspended Newcastle captain Bruno Guimaraes is Joe Willock against his former club, and Sven Botman continues at centre-back. Here's the 11: Dubravka, Livramento, Botman, Byrne, who has the captain's armband, and Hall. Midfield of Willock, Tonali, Joelinton, and the front three: Murphy, Isak and Gordon.
Newcastle fans, what do you make of that then? Joe Willock plays this evening. Is that the right choice? Is he the right person to replace Bruno Guimaraes? Do give us a call. 0800 234 6565. Already on the show this evening has been Newcastle fan Jonathan, who says it's important that they do take some kind of result back to St James's Park.
I think it's always a game that will be tough, no matter what team they play, even if they've got a few out. And I'm hoping it's not more than a 1-0 deficit, as negative as that sounds, but I want to have something to play for in a month's time.
Meanwhile, Sunderland supporter Mike has been on the programme tonight as well. He expects changes for the game on Saturday, that FA Cup tie against Stoke.
My view is I'm not bothered if we go out of the Cup. I think we need to... The most important thing is the Burnley game, and he's got a chance on Saturday to play some of the fringe players.
What do you think? We're going to have that old debate again, aren't we, leading up to the FA Cup third round? Some people happy enough to go out of the Cup, as long as that means that everything can be focused then on a promotion campaign as far as Sunderland are concerned. What do you think? 0800 234 6565. That's the number. You can send us a WhatsApp 08000 321 333. Start your WhatsApp with the letters BBC. You can text 81333, again beginning with the letters BBC. But yeah, we'd love to hear from you on the show tonight.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Going to bring you a lowdown on Arsenal very shortly indeed. Let me do a couple more of your messages first. Brian says, surprisingly, we are fourth favourites to win the League Cup. We're behind Spurs, Ando. Probably because Arsenal away is one of the hardest games in the league, and they will go full strength, and without two big players, we do face a huge task. A 2-0 deficit or less would be a result. Be a real downer though if we're out of the tie after this first leg, says Brian, who's not as confident as some people have been.
Yeah, look at it. I think when you get to a cup semi-final, two-legged one as well, you know, it's all about staying in the tie. But as I said earlier on, I just think the way that we're playing at this moment in time, don't think we fear anybody, and if we go about it the right way, you can get a result. I think we'll score tonight. You know, I think scoring tonight's huge as well. You know, and I think it'll be a tight game. I really do. You know, I think Arsenal be as wary of us as we are of them. And I mean, Spurs, us being fourth favourites, Spurs have Liverpool home and away in the other semi-final. With the injury worries they've got, no defenders whatsoever, with the flu bug that they've had as well. So yeah, might be good. It might be good to back us now to win it. If we're the outsiders at 4, get on now.
Let's have a chat to Harry Symeou now, who covers Arsenal for BBC Radio London, who's very kindly taken some time out this evening to have a chat to us. Hello, Harry, how are you doing?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey,
Very well, thanks for coming on. So Arsenal team news first. I haven't actually seen that yet. You probably have. So what's the Arsenal team looking like tonight?
Yeah, so it's pretty strong. It's about as strong as Mikel Arteta could go. David Raya is the goalkeeper. It's a back four of Timber, Saliba, Gabriel, and Miles Lewis-Skelly comes in at left back to replace Ricardo Calafiori from the weekend. Then you've got a midfield of Thomas Partey, Declan Rice and Martin Odegaard, which I believe is Mikel Arteta's strongest midfield trio, with a front three of Leandro Trossard, Gabriel Martinelli and Kai Havertz, who returns after illness, and he's missed the last couple of games. So really strong looking Arsenal side. I think when you get to the semi-final point of any competition, you have to take it seriously, and it looks like Mikel Arteta's done exactly that tonight.
How much are they missing Bukayo Saka, who's out injured, and will he be fit in time for the second leg? Because that's a month away, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not looking likely. It looks like he's going to be out for a total of around about 2 months. He's only missed a couple of weeks so far, so it's not looking good for Arsenal in that sense. How much have they missed him? I think you always miss a player of that calibre, regardless of what you have waiting in the wings. It's a real shame actually for young Ethan Nwaneri, because he got given the nod to replace Bukayo Saka in the game at Brentford. Not the weekend just gone, the one previously. He did really, really well. Started at Brighton, scored a goal, and then at half-time pulled up with some kind of muscle injury, and now he's going to miss what would have been a real opportunity for him to sort of stake a claim for a place in the side. So Arsenal are having to shuffle the pack a little bit in Saka's absence. Martinelli seems to look quite comfortable playing on the right hand side just like he does on the left, so I think for now that's probably Mikel Arteta's solution. Having said that, Raheem Sterling returns to the squad tonight as well. He's on the substitutes bench after missing the last few weeks with a knee injury, so that's some positive news for the Gunners.
I guess it's probably fairly obvious that the League Cup, well, I don't know, because they're at this stage, maybe that changes, but the least important competition for Arsenal this season, in a season where they still have hopes, I guess, of winning the league, and clearly the Champions League is something that they're very much focused on as well.
Yeah, I think if you'd have asked Arsenal supporters at the start of the season where this competition ranks, they probably would have said bottom of the pile. But as you say, that changes. You know, the league season is shaping up in a way that doesn't look very favourable to Arsenal at the minute. I'm not saying they're out of it. They've got plenty of games still to play, and if they can put a run together like the one they did in the second half of last season, there's no reason why they can't catch Liverpool. But you know, with that looking not quite as likely, and with obviously the Champions League being a really difficult competition to win, you know, this is an opportunity for Arsenal to get off the mark with this team, with this manager, and get some silverware. Mikel Arteta did win the FA Cup, but that was with a totally different group of players when he first arrived. So this team needs that moment. They need that spark. They need that lift-off point.
Is it a good time to play Arsenal? I mean, are they a little bit fragile at the moment? Are they feeling a little bit sorry for themselves?
Yeah, I think they are. I think they're struggling because one week they turn up and they blow somebody away, and the following week they turn up and there's a bit of a lack of a spark. And you know, there's a lot of players that have been in and out of the side recently. We mentioned Saka. Odegaard has been in and out of the side. First he was out with that injury for a couple of months, returned, his form was great, then it's dipped again, then he's been ill and not been available, and so he's been a bit up and down. Kai Havertz the same, you know, a bit up and down this season. There's a few players in that Arsenal team that just aren't firing on all cylinders. So if I were a Newcastle United fan, I'd be looking at this as a real opportunity, particularly with the second leg at home, to come here, put in a good shift, get some sort of result, and take it back to St James's Park under the lights, and you never know what can happen.
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it? I have to ask you about Alexander Isak as well, because Arsenal, well, it seems every day they are being linked.
See, you've started again, Bridie, haven't you?
I know, well, only because Razor told us we had to ask this.
All right.
I mean, do you think, Harry, they want him, and could they afford him, given that Newcastle won a big fee for him, probably double what they paid for him?
Well, I think they definitely like to have him. Mikel Arteta was very complimentary of him in his press conference yesterday, and you know, he is a player that was linked with Arsenal long before he joined Newcastle United as well, so there's a little bit of history there, and I think that's why that story keeps cropping up. In terms of what Newcastle would want for him, you guys would know better than me, but I'd imagine it'll probably be 120, 130 million plus at the absolute minimum maybe. And we know that Newcastle nowadays are a very wealthy club. I know that PSR is a problem, and maybe that would push them into selling if a huge offer was to come in. But I think it's one that Arsenal, if they do want him, will probably have to play the long game for. If Newcastle don't make the Champions League, if Newcastle are not in Europe, I think that works in Arsenal's favour. It makes it easier to turn the player's head, and once you've done that, that's kind of half the battle. I was speaking to somebody just now who's really sort of across Arsenal's finances, who was saying that when it comes to PSR, Arsenal are nowhere near the limit, which means that they've got money to spend. So if they find the right target, I'm sure they'd be willing to, just like they did with Declan Rice, push the boat out and make the deal happen.
Well, yeah, Bruno Guimaraes has also been linked. Ander won't thank me for saying so. We'll see what happens then. Certainly, okay. Would you give us a prediction for tonight then, Harry? How do you see it going?
I think it's going to be low scoring. I think that Newcastle will come here obviously hoping to take some sort of result back to St James's Park, and I think this Arsenal team under Mikel Arteta are not like teams of the past. They're not an Arsene Wenger Arsenal side that will throw necessarily the kitchen sink at you. I think they'll be wary of the fact it's a two-legged tie, and I think they'll want to make sure that they keep it nice and tight as well and push at the right times. I'm going to predict 0-0, maybe 1-1. I don't think there'll be many goals tonight.
All right, interesting. Harry, thank you very much indeed.
Cheers,
Great
Harry.
to speak to you.
Cheers, mate.
That's Harry Symeou, covers Arsenal for BBC Radio London, knows them well. He reckons it might be quite cagey tonight. Might end up being low scoring. Newcastle haven't been involved in many low scoring games recently, have they? But what do you think? Now you know the teams as well. Now you know that Joe Willock is in for the suspended Bruno Guimaraes and that Sven Botman starts again. How do you think Newcastle will fare this evening? Going to be 6,000 Newcastle fans in the stadium tonight. Let's hear from some of them now. They've been talking outside the ground to the BBC's Nisha Joshi.
Just try not lose the game by two or three goals. That's it.
I think we'll be happy with the draw because with them coming up to us on that one turf, so fingers crossed.
Yeah, confident, in good form, good win against Tottenham on the weekend. So pretty confident. Arsenal have had a pretty heavy schedule, so I think we can get the win.
Yeah, as long as it's not more than a 1-0 defeat, we'll do it. We'll do it at home.
Anxious but hopeful. I think if we can keep it tight and take it back to Newcastle with something to play for, with home advantage second leg, I think we'll do okay. But this will be a tough encounter here tonight.
There it will. Good range of opinions there, good range of accents as well from the Newcastle fans outside the Emirates this evening. All set up very nicely then for tonight's 8 o'clock kick-off. This message, no name on it, number ending 189. Perfect team selection. Newcastle will score 5, it simply says. Yes. This one says Howe obviously doesn't trust Kelly again, so why is he here? Waste of a wage. Huge risk playing Botman 2 games in a row after 10 months out.
Look, I don't think he would have played him and would have taken a chance on him unless he feels that he's 100% ready to play. I said after the Tottenham game they would assess him, see how he was, and I honestly think if they felt that there was any doubt whatsoever, if he was feeling anyway lethargic, if he felt tightness in his legs or whatever, I don't think they would have taken a chance on him. But the boy obviously feels alright. They've done all the tests on him, he's come through all them, and he's ready to go.
This one is from the Chester Street Geordies. Is John expecting Arsenal players to go down easy, in inverted commas, after every Joelinton tackle?
Yeah, probably. I would think, yeah. Look, players nowadays, before they're even touched, they're halfway down. You know, you watch players nowadays and they go past people, and some of them are already halfway down before the touch comes in. So, yeah, and we'll do it as well. Don't worry about that. You know, it's all part of the game. It's all part of the game now, whether people like it or not. That's your modern game. There's a lot of cheating goes on in it. There's an awful lot of cheating goes on in it. But yet again, that's your modern game for you.
And O'Pridy, I think you'll find it's called the dark arts when.
There was that game here that was a few years, wasn't it, where the dark arts?
2 years ago. Yeah.
It's also occasionally called something housing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Depending on how you do it.
There's plenty of that goes on as well. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. What kit is Newcastle wearing tonight?
They're wearing black and white, I believe, Pridey. The outfield players aren't out for their warm-up yet, but there is, for the second time, the back of the shirt has a message on it. It's dedicated to Sam Fender's new album and tour, so they're promoting that on their shirt tonight at the back of the what I believe are black and white jerseys. So yeah, black and white against red and white this evening.
Okay, well, there'll be plenty of people watching, so that'll be good for Sam Fender, won't it? See what I did there?
Yeah, very nicely done.
Yeah. Steve in South Shields, that's the reason I asked. He says, I imagine the 6,000 fans would love to see Newcastle in black and white tonight. This is a dumb question, but Ando and Marco, do the players prefer to play in home kits, and are they more motivated if they are wearing the home kit? Does it make any difference at all? Can it?
No, I don't think so. Look at it. At one stage, you used to have to wear your home kit wherever possible. You know, if you went somewhere and you could wear your home kit, you had to wear it. It was only when it was a real clash of colours that you had to change. But now they wear whatever they want.
Well, they've got 3 shirts, 3 strips.
Yeah, and they've got to sell them all, haven't they? So they've got to wear them.
Indeed. Thank you for your messages. Keep them coming in. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp, 81333 on text, and we'll read plenty more out before kick-off if you send them in. We're going to do a bit more on Sunderland next. It's 17 minutes past 7.
BBC Radio 3 Unwind, the new destination for music to unwind your mind. Set yourself up for the morning. Welcome. We have some wonderful sounds to experience together. Bring calm to your afternoon.
This is the Mindful Mix.
and drift off to a peaceful sleep at night.
Every time I hear this track, I just start breathing slower.
Just ask your smart speaker to play Radio 3 Unwind.
Whilst we've got everyone going for the match, isn't it, that? I think this is the opposite to the mindful mix show, isn't it, in many ways? I might give that a try, though. Anyway, a couple of Sunderland messages, and then we're going to chat to Ian, who's a Sunderland fan, who's waiting on the line. This one is from the Mackham Cabby, who says, can you wish me a happy birthday today? I wouldn't normally have read a message out from him because he was on yesterday, but it's his 50th birthday. I feel like I ought to.
Many happy returns, yeah.
Yes, indeed. So sharing a birthday with the one and only Nick Barnes. Yeah. Indeed. And he wants a signed picture of you, Marco, because apparently you threw his pen away at Roker Park once. I can't imagine you would have done that, would you?
No, it's not. Doesn't sound like something.
Doesn't sound like you,
would
does
do.
it? No.
No.
Anyway,
maybe it was broken, or I don't know. Maybe I got ink on my hand, and
maybe
I don't know.
Maybe if you did, there would have been mitigating circumstances, I'm sure. Yeah. Why would we bother buying tickets for the FA Cup games if we're happy to go out? That was absolute rubbish, says this message. No name on that, but that was suggested by somebody previously, that they'd be happy enough for someone to go out.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about, the responsibility to the fans. You know, it's if we did get, you know, even if we didn't get to a cup, you get to a semi-final or a quarter-final, there's something about that. There's romance, there's excitement, there's kudos for your club, you know, and Coventry nearly did it last year, didn't they? They had a heck of a run, didn't they? And when they finally went out, it was,
and they could have got through. There was that disallowed goal, wasn't there?
Yeah. So I'm a bit mixed on it. You know, we have our issues, and the manager, we've just sort of seen a few little quotes from him, haven't we? Little phrases, terms that he's used that would sound a little bit Mowbray-esque. Not wanting to cause trouble or anything, but you know, there are issues with this squad, and we know what they are. Luckily, we've got through it so far, but you know, a cup run would test that even more.
Back to building up to tonight's game in a moment, but not before we've chatted to Ian, who's on the line, Sunderland supporter. How are you doing, Ian?
Hi Simon, happy birthday and happy new year. Hello John, hello Marco.
Hello Ian.
It's not my birthday, it's Nick Barnes' birthday. And the Mackham Cabby's birthday.
Yeah, not mine. Happy birthday to you.
No, it's not mine. No.
God, he's looking good for 55.
That's so's Barnesy. And so, how are you feeling Sunderland-wise? I mean, we've been sort of switching our attention to the FA Cup there, but in terms of what they're doing in the league, well...
I mean, the league's very interesting with the 4 teams at the top who, you know, every one of them is dropping points occasionally, you know, and then putting a run together. It's a bit of a shame about those 6 or 7 games we had where we only picked up a few points, and you know, the 2 games where in the Blackburn game where we threw a goal away at the end, and the Stoke game, you know, 1 point out of 6. So you feel frustrated one week and then you go and put 2 wins together. So it's a bit of a roller coaster. I think I'm just pleased with what Lebris is doing with the team, how he's bringing certain players on. And you mentioned the cup before. I think it is wrong to say I'm not bothered about whether they go out the cup, but I do think we've got to take care of some sort of key players. I think people like Chris Mepham and Dan Neil and everything, you do need to keep them for the league. you've got to rest them. But hopefully the squad's good enough to fill in and go at the next round, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just a bit fearful that you leave too many players out of a squad or a bench that, you know, doesn't look too experienced. You could end up in an embarrassing situation. I mean, the only other point of it is that, you know, Stoke are, you know, they need to improve massively. Do they improve by getting a result in a cup game and using that, which we've done in the past? We had that season. Yeah. I think even the promotion, was it the promotion season we did that, didn't we? We had a good cup run and you know, it sort of fueled the you know, the supporters and the players as well with confidence. So
I think though, Marco,
I really, you know, go on. Sorry.
Do you not think though that, you know, these players have just played 5 games in a very, very short space of time, and if we have players, there was a comment about the Newcastle player there, you know, if he's not good enough to get on the bench, you know, why is he here? So we've got players like that who, you know, they get the odd 5 minutes here and the 5 minutes there, but then really not getting the time truly develop and show their, that they're a solid squad player. People like Helder's a great example there. So I just think that the players who've played a lot, you might want to look at giving them at least a rest before the Burnley game, which is important.
Yeah, well, I you know what? I'm actually, we can talk about it and discuss it, but, Reggie Labrie has got a difficult task this week. He really has. Because, like you say, Hjelde, he comes into the club and you assess players, and they obviously seen them in training day in, day out. Now, from what I saw of Hjelde, he was an average Championship, probably League One player. He didn't really fill me with confidence or excitement, or that he had character, or he didn't come on and influence the players around him. He's just a steady Eddie. Now, if you come in as a manager and you've got a player like that, and you say, what do you do with him? How do you deal with him? Well, he sits on the bench week in, week out, and he very rarely comes on, does he? It's not like we're not a team that changes 3 or 4 players. We go deep into games before he makes changes usually, and that it's usually the younger players who he's taken off. Chris Riggs been off a few times. He doesn't make loads and loads of changes because he doesn't particularly believe in them players.
Okay. I mean, the Blackburn one was a good example. He put one substitute on, and it was an attacking player, and we're winning 2-1. And ultimately it cost us, whereas I think another manager may have put an extra defender on and moved things around a bit. But look, and
also the other point is as well, it's not always a defender. Sometimes the best thing you can put on is a big, bulky centre forward who can get the ball and hold it up, and maybe a wide player who can sprint and run into the corner and take the ball away from your goal is the most effective way to stay ahead in the game. And we don't really even have that. The number of teams who come to us and they put 3 big strapping subs on towards the end of a game to try and influence it, whether it's to get a point back or to keep a result. We just haven't had
don't really have those options. No. Okay, Ian, thank you very much indeed for your contribution. Good to talk to you this evening. Let's have a chat to one more Newcastle supporter ahead of tonight's game. We've got Davey on the line. Hello, Davey. How are you doing?
Hello. How's everybody?
Yeah, we're okay, Davey. Are you feeling nervous, Davey?
I'm not as nervous as I would normally be in this situation. I think confidence is high. Looking at the team, I honestly expected Sean Longstaff to be playing, because I thought he might look at that sort of slightly more defensive setup. But I'm pleasantly surprised that he's put Willock in, and I think that means we're going to kind of go for it. I think they'll be more nervous than we are, to be honest. They're at home. They won't want us to get a result tonight, and I mean a result obviously a draw even would be fantastic. But I think we could win tonight. The one player that you don't want players injured or anything like that, but the one player that's come back into their side that I think is the main danger is Odegaard. I think Odegaard's an absolutely superb player, and he's one of those players that he just appears anywhere. He gets in between the lines and he causes loads of damage. His passing ability and threading the ball through for, you look at their front three, yes, they haven't got Saka, but they can still damage you. But the way our defence has been playing recently, it's a pity Shearer isn't playing, but, we've got Botman back, hopefully. He looked good the other day. I know he was slightly off for the goal, but other than that, I thought he looked really good and sharp, for being out for so long. I'm not nervous. I'll tell you what I'm looking at. I'm looking at Lewis Scully, their fullback. He's just a young lad. He's only played a handful of games. And I'm hoping the occasion might get to him a little bit. And you just want Murphy running at him with Joe Linton. I'm assuming Joe Linton will be on that side. I might be wrong, but if he is, he'll get a rude awakening when he comes up against him. And Odegaard's the danger for me, but playing Tonali sitting deep, hopefully he'll be able to see what they're looking to do. The three midfield players on both sides are all brilliant players, So it's going to be a really tough contest tonight. But I'm not nervous.
Well, Ander, what would you say about what would you say about Odegaard being that big threat that Davey thinks he is?
Yeah, he's a good player. He's a quality player. Look, I think that midfield battle's going to be really interesting tonight. Who controls that midfield area? I don't think we'll change the way that we play. I think we'll go about it the same way as we have done in previous games Friday, as I've already said, because Eddie Howe knows there's goals in this side. He knows that the way that we go about the game, the way that we play, we're capable of scoring goals. I don't think we'll sit back and say to Arsenal, come at us and see if you can break us down, because that's not in our DNA. That's not the way that we play. Yeah. We play on the front foot. We get in the face of the opposition, and I don't really expect anything different tonight. I think Arsenal will be a little bit nervy, actually, because we've already heard where they can be a little bit hot or cold. There's a little bit of lack of consistency about Arsenal at this moment in time, and it'll be interesting to see which Arsenal side actually turns up tonight.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't do fantastically well at the weekend against Brighton. I expected them, to create more. They didn't seem to create a great deal.
Yeah.
But Odegaard coming in, that's the change. I think that's the key change for them. I think Arteta will be over the moon to have him. But I don't think it'll be as cagey as everybody seems to think. But I totally agree. I think they'll be more nervous than we are. I think we're just going to go for it.
Yeah. Look at it. Odegaard in that midfield for them is the one that sees a pass, and he's the one that can pick it as well. I think if he plays well, Arsenal play well. He finds areas, finds holes, a little bit like Tonali does, where he's always got time on the ball. He picks up good positions on the pitch, and he sees the pass, and he's able to pick that pass out. So I don't think it'll be cagey either. People are saying, it'll be cagey. I don't think it'll be cagey. I think both sides will go after this tonight. I really do.
Okay, David, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for coming on this evening. Good to talk to you. Cheers, Davey. And time is ticking, and so kickoff is just under half an hour away.
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Just time to bring you some headlines ahead of the game. We are, of course, building up to an 8 o'clock kickoff between Arsenal and Newcastle at the Emirates. It's the semi-finals of the League Cup. This is the first leg. Into the Newcastle team this evening comes Joe Willock to replace the suspended Bruno Guimaraes. The Sunderland winger Patrick Roberts has praised his teammates for showing they're capable of winning games in different ways. That after the narrow win over Portsmouth on Sunday. Elsewhere, Chelsea are interested in re-signing Crystal Palace and England defender Mark Gay, and West Ham are still considering whether to sack Julen Lopetegui. They're taking their time over this, aren't they? They've apparently held talks with Graham Potter as well about possibly replacing him. Live Spartans were due to have a game tonight, Northern Premier League Premier Division. Game against Gainsborough Trinity at Cross Parco has been postponed, and Berwick Rangers have a new manager. They've appointed Kevin Haynes. That after agreement was reached with Dunbar United for Haynes and some of his coaching staff. Basketball, the Newcastle Eagles are in European action tonight. They're playing the Czech side Opava at the Eagles Arena. Just underway there. No one's telling me a latest score. In cricket, reports in Australia suggest World Cricket's governing body, the ICC, is considering a shake-up of Test cricket, which could see a men's Ashes series played every 18 months. You'd like that, wouldn't you, Mando?
Yeah, how often's it played now?
A bit longer than that. It's kind of averages out once every 2 years. Sometimes you have to wait a year and a half, sometimes you wait 2.5 years.
That's not a great deal of difference, is there?
A little bit more regular, though. Is what you need. The Eagles are 5 down. They haven't scored yet, have they not? Okay. And the ICC is understood to be exploring splitting the test-playing nations, you see, into 2 divisions. In rugby union, the England wing, Emmanuel Faye-Wabosa, will miss the entire Six Nations because of the dislocated shoulder he suffered on club duty for Exeter against Sale last month. And in darts, Bedlington's Chris Dobie has told BBC Radio Newcastle there are lots of positives to take from his performance at the PDC World Championship. Dobie reached the semis and has been selected to play in the upcoming Premier League. You'll hear from him at half-time tonight. He's a big Newcastle fan. And in tennis, Cameron Norrie's apologised after he threw his racket and accidentally struck a spectator. He's a big Newcastle fan as well. During his straight-set loss to Facundo Diaz-Acosta. That was at the Auckland Classic. He received a warning but avoided disqualification, which happened when he was 6-2, 5-3 down. So there you go. And tonight, Heather Watson and Harriet Dart are both in second round action. Players need to win 3 matches to qualify then for the main draw. So, second qualifying round action. That was tricky reading that out because I had the music bed which I used from the headlines combined with the very loud PA system at the Emirates. So I had a mixed backdrop there reading those headlines. Marco.
Yes.
We can say goodbye to you now.
Are you done with me?
Unless
okay.
But I'll let you have some closing comments if you like about tonight. About just something you want to talk about later this
stay
week.
Warm and don't be coming home with a lurgy, Ando. That's all I'm going to say, really.
Thanks, Marco.
Yeah.
Nice to see somebody's concerned about my welfare.
We all know,
I appreciate it.
For you, mate.
Yes.
You're not getting needy in your old age, are you, Ando?
Pardon?
You're not getting needy, are you? We're all looking after you. We'll all look out for you, son, don't worry.
Oh yeah, I can see you're really concerned about my welfare, Pridey. I know that.
I'm always concerned about your welfare. Anyway, Marco, thank you. Of course I am. You know that. You know I'd like to be with you this evening. Anyway, let's do a couple more messages before you and Razor take us up to kick off. Steve in Leam Lane, he sent us his betting slip. So he's gone for 2-1 to Newcastle with Isak to score first, 75-1. What do you think is going to happen?
Fair enough, yeah. I wouldn't put him off that.
Fair enough with that, okay. And this one is from Keith, which is looking at the 2 teams. Absolutely nothing to fear, Ando. Bring it on.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, it's some good players in that Arsenal side, but yeah, look, as I said earlier, I think the way that we've been playing recently, the way that we've been going about games, I don't see any reason in the world why we shouldn't be able to get a result. I don't expect it to be easy. I mean, it's never easy coming here, as our record over the years has proved. But I come here in higher hopes than I have done in quite a while, I have to say.
And that's mainly down to Newcastle's recent form, and the fact that maybe Arsenal, there are perhaps some weaknesses there.
Yeah, definitely.
This one is from Naka. Naka's in Dunstan. And Naka says, this lot are easy to wind up, Ando. Get one of them sent off, then tear into them.
Yeah, what about if they get one of us sent off?
Yeah, well, I mean, because they can do the same, can't they?
Yeah.
But they can be a bit narky, can't they?
Yeah, they can be. But we've got one or two that can be a bit narky and all.
Discipline's important. Somebody's already said that.
It is, yeah. Look, it's all about being disciplined. Doing nothing silly. Keeping your shape. Exactly what we did at Spurs at the weekend in the second half. But not jumping into silly tackles, not doing anything silly, not picking up a silly early yellow card, which, all of a sudden you're down walking on eggshells.
Indeed. Nothing silly. Ando, thank you very much indeed. Ando and Razor are about to take you up to kick-off. It is an 8 o'clock kick-off. And remember, I'll read out some of your messages at half-time if you send them in during the first half. But more importantly, after the final whistle is blown, we will be on air until 10:30 this evening. So you can react either by calling us on 0800 234 6565 or sending a message on WhatsApp on 08000 321 333 or on text 81333. Start all your messages with the letters BBC. But you'll hear a bit more from Eddie Howe and from Ando and from Razor next.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Lots of people heading to the tip at the minute, clearing out the houses and stuff. So this is actually happening. We're doing tip tales this morning. Wendy, what's yours?
I was taken to Pity Me Tip on Valentine's Day. And I've never let him forget that.
At what point did you realise you were going to the tip, Wendy?
Well, in fairness, it was impromptu because we were going to head into Durham. And then he said, well, while we're here, we might as well just head to the tip as we're going past.
That is how all beautiful love stories start.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Total Sport Northeast.
The EFL Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Fabian Scher, the diagonal ball towards Willock. Party's header straight to Isak, just outside the area. Longstaff brings in Gordon. First time
Great
cross
ball.
from Gordon. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant Newcastle goal. Anthony Gordon with a fantastic cross. First time from the right-hand side. And a powerful header from Alexander Isak into the corner. It's Newcastle United 1, Arsenal 0.
Oh, what a ball. I mean, we spoke about Gordon on this right side, and he doesn't even have a touch. It just gets rolled to him, and it's a first-time cross, pinpoint, great pace, great delivery. Fabulous header as well. Ray has got no chance.
Well, Gordon playing on his natural side just gave that plenty of whip and power. And
what a header.
6 or 7 yards out, Isak got up, powered the header beyond Raya and into the top corner. It is a fabulous goal, one to watch and enjoy again and again. Victory for them in the last meeting between these two teams just 2 months ago in the Premier League, but that was at St James's Park. Tonight, the first leg of the League Cup semi-final in North London, where Newcastle against Arsenal at the Emirates have a terrible record. There is the second leg at St James's to come in 4 weeks' time, but they need to improve on their recent showings here to go into that crucial second match in a strong position. They are without their captain Bruno Guimaraes tonight, and Fabian Scher once again because of suspension. Sven Botman continues at right-sided centre-back, slightly out of position, but he made his return there against Spurs following a long injury layoff at the weekend. And Bruno's replacement in the middle of midfield is a man who knows this place very well, the former Arsenal midfielder who scored for Newcastle in their defeat on this ground last season in the league, Joe Willock. He is restored to the starting 11. So United look like this: Dubravka in goal, Livramento, Botman, captain Byrne and Hall, Willock, Tonali, Joelinton, Murphy, Isak and Gordon. And the bench is Odysseus, Trippier, Barnes, Target, Osula, Almiron, Kelly, Longstaff and Miley. 8 o'clock kickoff tonight, and the whole match will be live right here on BBC Radio Newcastle as always, but you can also listen to us on BBC Sound. So if you're on the move and you want the Newcastle United perspective on this game, then find BBC Radio Newcastle on the free BBC Sounds app. You can get it in your app store and listen to us there, or ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle. John Anderson, the team again. Willock in for Bruno, so he gets the nod ahead of Longstaff, or possibly even Miley, both on the bench, and Botman continuing at centre-back rather than Kelly being brought in. So two things. It's two big matches in a couple of days for Sven Botman after a long absence, and also Willock, with all the qualities he brings, chosen to replace Bruno.
Yeah, not surprised that Botman stays in. You know, I said if he came through the Spurs game at the weekend, that you would have expected him to start again tonight. You know, if there had been any doubts about him at all, fitness-wise, if there had been any tightness, if he had felt tiredness in his legs or whatnot, I don't think they would have taken a chance on him. So he's obviously come through that Spurs game well enough to be able to start tonight. Good for him as well. Had a niffy 10 minutes at the start of that Spurs game, but the longer the game went on, grew into it. His confidence grew, and I'm sure he'd be relishing and looking forward to this one tonight. Said on Total Sport there, Raz, I thought it was a toss of a coin between Willock and Longstaff who got it. He's obviously gone for Willock. things a bit more on his legs, get you forward a little bit quicker. Somebody had suggested Miley, but I didn't see that. I just think the other two are ahead of him at this moment in time. He was out injured for a long time. He's still finding his way back. I expect him to play in the cup tie at the weekend. But yeah, as I say, Willock, he's got his attributes are he carries the ball forward well, he gets you up the pitch quick. So I think it's a positive move. A lot of people were thinking, well, he play long stop because he gives you a little bit more defensively, but it's a positive move from Eddie Howe.
Newcastle United players warming up in front of the away end to the right-hand side. We're quite close to the corner where the away section begins. It's an extended visitors area tonight. Newcastle have been given 6,000 away tickets, so I'm sure what was effectively an away end that's doubled in size will be loud, and that can only help the players. It will detract from the atmosphere that the Arsenal fans create, not least because one of the louder home sections is usually behind the goal to the right hand side. It's the part of the Emirates Stadium that's got the most spectators in already. The home areas still with lots of unoccupied red and white seats across and around all three tiers of the ground, but away fans, their second trip for many of them to North London in the space of 4 days, here early, soaking it all up. Lots of black and white on show, but a chilly night, just 3 degrees, and it's a bit damp as well. Many of them opting for black and white scarves and black and white hats. It's not a night for the shirts to come off, although maybe at full time if Newcastle get another big victory like they did a few days ago and like they did at Old Trafford. It's another away match, another big away fixture, and they were third in a row. And however they did it, whatever the issues with their opponents at Old Trafford and Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, Newcastle did what they had to do to come out on top. And winning away from home against clubs that have been the established top sides is something that they found difficult to do. Not so much at Tottenham, where they have a reasonable record, but here their record is awful. Old Trafford, we all know about the problems there over the years and over the decades. It's something that if you are going to become a top club and a top team yourself, that you have to start doing regularly, or at least going to these places and not losing. And that's of course important tonight in the context of a two-legged tie.
Yeah, you need to stay in the tie, don't you? You need to give yourself an opportunity going back to St James's. The odd thing about this cup semi-final is the length of time between the two legs. A lot can happen to players between now and when the second leg comes along. But yeah, you definitely want to give yourself an opportunity to still be in the tie. But look, I don't think it'll be cagey tonight. I think both sides will go for it, Rise. I really do.
And Newcastle, as Eddie Howe says, are going to play what's in front of them rather than thinking long term, thinking too much about the tie as a whole, because you get to tonight and you're 90 minutes in, but there's still another game to come. So it was almost as if he was saying that they play it as a one-off game and just deal with this. And your point about there being a 4-week wait until the second leg, that's not normally what you have in the League Cup semi-final. It's normally a week, perhaps even 2. The final itself's not until the middle of March. It's 3 weeks later than it usually is. Because of scheduling, there's extra Champions League matches this season. Arsenal are one of the teams in Europe. There are more midweek Premier League rounds of football, including next week when Newcastle have Wolves at home. So much more to pack in. The League Cup semi-finals have been affected by that.
Yeah, they've had to fit these games in, haven't they? It's look, at the start of this competition, it wouldn't have been a major priority for a lot of the clubs, but I suppose 2 of them, Arsenal and Liverpool, who it wouldn't have been a major priority for, have found themselves in semi-finals, playing weak in sides and changing sides and one things and another, and all of a sudden I think when it gets to a semi-final you've obviously got to take it seriously, because it gives you the opportunity to win some silverware. But yeah, I mean the way that it's worked out and the length of time between semi-finals and then the length of time to the final, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, and the other semi-final is Tottenham against Liverpool, first leg. Spurs at home tomorrow night, and then they both play again the first week of February. Newcastle at home to Arsenal on Wednesday the 5th of February. And let's see what tonight brings and how they go into that second leg, in what sort of shape they'll be, how the tie will be at the halfway stage. This mirrors the semi-final from 2 years ago against Southampton, in the sense that the away leg was first, and also that was the case in 1975-76 when they played Tottenham. Lost away from home against Spurs in that season, and then won by a big enough margin in the second leg to go through. Those are their only two previous experiences of a League Cup or EFL Cup or Carabao Cup, to give it its sponsor's title, semi-final in Newcastle United's history. They're playing Arsenal, who have done better in this competition than Newcastle have, one that they are yet to win. United, Arsenal, 2 times winners, but it's 32 years since they last lifted the League Cup back in 1993. They were runners-up 7 years ago, beaten by Manchester City. So the team's second in the Premier League table, in the Champions League, and competing on 4 fronts, with an FA Cup tie against Manchester United here coming up at the weekend. They've used their squad a little bit tonight, but they've also got some players back from injury, illness and suspension. Arsenal 5 changes this evening. Their team is David Raya, the goalkeeper. He's ever present in the Premier League, and the backup goalkeeper Neto, who they brought in from Bournemouth, is cup-tied because he played for Bournemouth in an early round. So David Raya keeping goal in the League Cup as well. Jurrien Timber back from suspension to play at right back. William Saliba and Gabriel Magalhaes at centre half, and Miles Lewis Skelly, 18-year-old, born in Islington, just next door, and he's at left back. It's his 6th start for Arsenal. The captain, Martin Odegaard, returns to the 11 tonight in midfield alongside Thomas Partey and Declan Rice. And then 2 changes in the forward line as well. Gabriel Martinelli comes in, as does Kai Havertz, who has been unwell, and Leandro Trossard continues on the left of the attack. So Timber, Lewis Skelly, Odegaard, Martinelli and Havertz are the 5 who come in for Arsenal. And the bench, named by their manager Mikel Arteta, is goalkeeper Jack Porter, Kieran Tierney, who is back at Arsenal following a loan last season at Real Sociedad. He's only played once this season, the Scottish left back. Gabriel Jesus, who got a hat-trick in the quarter-final against Crystal Palace when Arsenal came from behind to win. Jakub Kiwior, Alexander Zinchenko, Jorginho, the former Newcastle midfielder Mikel Merino, Raheem Sterling, Ricardo Calafiori. That is the Arsenal bench. And a reminder, Newcastle with 1 change from Saturday at Spurs. Joe Willock in for suspended captain Bruno, and Sven Botman continues at right centre-back with Fabian Schär again missing through suspension. We've talked about the record that Newcastle have at the Emirates Stadium. This is their 20th visit, 1 win, November 2010, and Andy Carroll header was the only goal of the game. 16 defeats out of 19. They would love that to change tonight and get another positive result. Maybe a draw would be okay. It was a draw here 2 years ago, 0-0 in the Premier League. The season Newcastle went on to finish 4th in the Premier League and qualify for the Champions League, but that was an eventful night. It was a bad-tempered game, fiery and feisty. There were arguments on the touchline. Eddie Howe, out of character for him, getting involved in a disagreement with opposite number Mikel Arteta, and it was after that 0-0 draw here 2 years ago that Howe delivered his famous and often repeated, well-liked quote that Newcastle are not here to be popular, they're here to compete.
It's interesting because the Brentford game, which is the last round, I think I enjoyed not having VAR in that moment, and that's because we scored goals in you saw the linesman flag stay down and you think that's a goal. You're not sort of second guessing, because the first thing that I think now when we score is there a reason for that goal not to stand, which takes away the enjoyment of the moment, really. So that's the world that I live in. So when you don't have it and you score, obviously it's a different feeling, but if you don't have it and you concede, then again I might be thinking the other way. So it's, I don't know, I'm still of the train of thought. I like the initial raw emotion you get when you score without VAR.
Once again, you won't have Fabian Schär available because of suspension, but also against Arsenal in this first leg there'll be no Bruno either because of a one-match ban in the League Cup. How big a blow is it to lose your captain, particularly with the form that he has been in recently? Yeah, it's a big blow. I think Bruno, one of his biggest strengths is he's always there for you. His appearance record has been brilliant for us, especially when you consider the physical exertion that he commits to every game. His training is very good. He's been exceptional in every way. So to lose him, and he's a pivotal figure for us, is going to be a big miss. But we have big players that can fill his shoes as well. So whoever I choose in that position, I think we've got quality players coming in. Final one, League Cup semi-finals are played over 2 legs. There is curiously a wait of about 4 or 5 weeks until the second leg at home. But do you like the fact that you have 2 goes at this, or is a one-off semi-final better, do you think? I'll tell you after the first game. I don't know. I think it's quite an interesting dynamic. I quite like it. But I think this is an important game for us. I think this sets up what's going to happen afterwards. We need to be at our absolute best. This is a high-level game, a lot at stake for both teams, and we need to be ready.
Total Sport North East.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Well, that was Eddie Howe initially on VAR, which is in use tonight for the first time in the League Cup this season. And what we're also going to experience tonight, potentially, Ando, is the first use of in-stadium announcements from the referee relating to VAR. It's a trial, and if the referee has to go to the monitor to review a decision, they will then announce the decision over the public address system, but only the final decision will be announced. They won't be explaining why they've reached the decision, and they also won't be playing any of the conversation between the referee and the VAR official. The PGMOL, the group that looks after referees, says this trial is part of their broader commitment to transparency and embracing technological advancements.
Yeah, so basically they're not telling you anything. You're not really getting to hear anything. You're just the final outcome, and you don't need to be told that, because you know where the ball ends up, what the final outcome's going to be.
This has been used in other tournaments and competitions, youth tournaments before. It's an announcement, but normally these are displayed on the giant screens at whichever ground you go to, and if it's not a decision made by the monitor, by the referee having visited the monitor, it will still be displayed on the big screens as normal.
So everybody knows the outcome anyway. It's just that it's been voiced over to you instead of seeing it.
But Eddie Howe prefers it without VAR, as he said there, and that's what they had in this quarter-final against Brentford. Just kind of normal football, no VAR, because it doesn't come in until this stage of the League Cup. And
well, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, be interesting.
2 teams are with us now, and fire machines on the far side of the pitch to greet them, and lots of black and white scarves being twirled around in the giant away end, holding 6,000 tonight as the players shake hands with each other. And also the referee. There's been a late change to the officiating team. John Brooks from Leicestershire has replaced Craig Pawson as the referee, and it was John Brooks who officiated the home win over Arsenal in the Premier League a couple of months ago for Newcastle United from that Alexander Isak header, the goal that we relived a short time ago. And with just a couple of minutes to kick off, Newcastle players take off their red and black tracksuit tops, and underneath our black and white striped shirts, it's black shorts and socks
Dubravka in light blue, and Arsenal, Raya the goalkeeper in luminous yellow. Red shirts with white sleeves for the Arsenal outfield players, white shorts, red socks. Referee, light blue shirt, black shorts and socks. Speculation continues about Martin Dubravka, and though reports in Saudi Arabia about a move that is expected to happen to Al-Shabaab, claiming that it could even happen after the match and that this might be his final Newcastle appearance.
Yeah, he's done very well since coming back in, hasn't he? He's only conceded 2 goals. It's an interesting one because he's at an age now where he will want regular first team football. He may well have been to see Eddie Howe and said, look, what's the story? And Eddie Howe has said, well, Nick Pope is still number 1. When he's fit, he comes back in. And Martin Dubravka said, well, I need to be playing regular. But we don't know for definite yet, do we? There's a lot of speculation, but nothing definite as of yet.
No, and also he's out of contract in the summer and will be 36 next week. But Martin Dubravka in goal for Newcastle tonight. Livramento, Botman, Byrne, Hall, the back 4. Willock in for suspended Bruno. Tonali, Joelinton in midfield. Murphy in form. Isak in form, and Gordon scored again at the weekend. They are the front 3. And Arsenal, Raya in goal, Timber, Saliba, Gabriel and Lewis Skelly. Odegaard, Partey, Rice in midfield. Martinelli, Havertz and Trossard. Newcastle to kick us off on BBC Radio Newcastle, and tonight you can listen to us on the BBC Sounds app and get the Newcastle United perspective there from BBC Radio Newcastle, and ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle. That's another way to listen to us tonight. They're going to shoot towards the left hand side, so the away end is behind Dubravka's goal. Referee, final couple of checks with the goalkeepers. This is next step towards Wembley. Another leg to follow at St James's in 4 weeks' time. But what happens tonight will undoubtedly have a bearing on the overall outcome. Another big event in Newcastle United's era under Eddie Howe, looking to take them back to the League Cup final. And we are underway on BBC Radio Newcastle, with United going forwards quickly up the left wing towards Joelinton, but the ball is won back by Arsenal, and then it's out for a throw at right full-back for the home team, to be taken by Timber. Lots of home fans, late arrivals, making their way down the steps just to our left-hand side into the lower section of the main stand as the ball goes forwards and then back to Timber, and Botman with a big header on halfway. Partey for Arsenal, looking for Trossard. Gordon wins it back, and it's out off the Belgian, Leandro Trossard, and Newcastle have a throw in Arsenal territory. Hall back into his own half to Byrne, who has the captain's armband tonight, and Dubravka in the D takes a touch, passes it with his left over to the far side. Botman to Livramento, into Tonali, back to Livramento, under pressure, edge of the area, gives it to the goalkeeper. Dubravka away, but it's gone wide rather than forwards. Arsenal help it on. Botman wins it back. It's a good challenge. Willock, Tonali, Livramento combine, and Livramento is fouled on the far side, close to Newcastle's box. They have a free kick after 90 seconds. 0-0.
Yeah, not a great deal happening as of yet. The ball's been in the air a lot, hasn't it?
Forwards it goes, right hand side for Newcastle. Raya comes to the edge of the area, claims. Now puts the ball on the floor. Isak closing down. Keeper wanted to go to the right. Isak was there, so he went to the left, then into midfield. Newcastle win it through Livramento. Here's Isak just outside the box, playing in Murphy. Murphy's low cross is blocked by Arsenal, and then Botman slides in. That would have been a foul, but it's an advantage played by referee John Brooks. Arsenal with it in midfield, and they make their way out to the right-hand side. Timber turns, slows down the pace of their play, and it's with Saliba. And now Partey back to Raya. Newcastle were in a promising position there, but then they lost it. And referee allowed Arsenal an advantage, but now Newcastle have regained possession through Gordon. Good challenge on Havertz in the centre circle, and Livramento up the line to Murphy, just behind halfway. Digs it out, forward ball, Isak on the chase, into the penalty area. Isak turns, holds it up, plays in Joelinton. And he got completely underneath that, and in the 4th minute Newcastle with their first attempt, but it is high over the crossbar.
Yeah, he had one of them at Spurs at the weekend, didn't he? And had one in a previous game as well. Did exactly the same thing.
It's a really good opening for them. Isak's movement was excellent in the build-up, and Joelinton might well have done better there.
Yeah.
Havertz controls, Dan Burn all over him. Odegaard through the legs of Gordon on halfway. Trossard, who's started on the right for Arsenal. Odegaard then dispossessed, ends up on the floor, nothing given for Arsenal. Burn back to Dubravka. No closing down from Arsenal. Dubravka foot on the ball in between the 6-yard box and the penalty spot. Long ball on the diagonal, out of play. Mikel Arteta, smartly dressed tonight, all in black, applauds. And it's a throw for right full-back Jurrien Timber. And on the diagonal into midfield, Odegaard left-footed across to the far side, and the left wing for Gabriel Martinelli. Cuts in onto his right, swinging cross, Burn header up. It hasn't cleared the penalty area. Joelinton away. Gordon helps it on into a midfield area. Odegaard's got it back, looking for Timber. First time cross, and Livramento heads behind at the back post.
Couldn't take any chances, could he? Decent ball dug out by Timber. Wasn't sure who was around him.
First corner of the night for Arsenal, 5 minutes on the clock. And Declan Rice goes across to take it. Newcastle fans right behind him, no doubt trying to put him off. Only Saliba in the 6-yard box. Arsenal have been good from corners this season. They've scored multiple goals from corner kick deliveries. They've got 4 players, 3 of them together, and then another one, Havertz, with Sven Botman standing next to him on this near side, the right-hand side of the penalty box, close to the corner of the 6-yard box, and 2 next to the penalty spot. And the players run across the 6-yard box. Rice whips it in, and it's headed over the top, near post area. And Newcastle survived their first test from an Arsenal set piece.
Yeah, good delivery, wasn't it? Just whipped in. A lot of movement from Arsenal players from these set pieces. It's all about staying with runners. It's a chance.
Dubravka ball on the 6-yard line. Burn and Botman make their way forwards, and it's driven through the middle by the goalkeeper. Isak didn't get the chance to compete for the ball. It was Partey in front of him who won it. Now Tonali onto Isak, and a runner to the left-hand side. Lewis Hall, Newcastle in the final third. Hall's low ball in, stopped by Saliba. Gordon challenging forward. It's run out towards the corner, and Hall gets there, trying to let it go across the line, but he's actually kept it in and turned away from his man. Hall into the middle, blocked by a defender at the front of the 6-yard box. Burn with a header, Tonali on. Gordon nods it down to Joelinton. Good play by Newcastle in the final third. Still 0-0 in the 7th minute. Tonali wide left to Joelinton again. Gordon, man at his back, plays it first time to Tonali in front of the halfway line. It goes square to Botman. Murphy drops in to get it. Livramento inside, receives it from Murphy and turns. Tino Livramento on the attack. Hangs up across to the back post. Gordon's header. Raya, comfortable catch underneath the crossbar.
Yeah, it's not his forte, is it? It was a good ball played in. It wasn't the greatest header in the world.
But a decent move up the left-hand side, and then the right from Newcastle. Arsenal back to goalkeeper David Raya. Chipped out to the left wing, headed on, but there's nobody beyond Kai Havertz, 12-goal top scorer this season, back after illness. So Newcastle have plenty of time through Sven Botman, who played 92 minutes at Spurs on his comeback before going off with cramp, to play the ball at the back. Finds Byrne, it's now Hall, up the line to Gordon, back towards Hall but intercepted by Trossard. Gordon has then bundled over Trossard and conceded a free kick. He complains to the assistant referee about the decision, trying to make amends for the misplaced pass. He's ended up committing a foul, and Arsenal out on the right, 20 yards from goal, free kick.
Yeah, not too sure why he's having a word with the with the linesman for. Straight in front of us, he just pushes him over.
So another test for United. Odegaard is over the ball. Rice comes across. Odegaard's left-footed, so if he crosses, it is likely to be one that bends in towards goal. Newcastle line across the penalty spot. Arsenal players in there, plenty of red shirts, headed away, then another Newcastle block, then Martinelli blocked by Tonali, and then Saliba blocked in the middle. Danger here, but Dubravka's got the ball eventually. Havertz in the 6-yard box challenging for it with Hall, and Byrne was on top of things as well. Newcastle survive what ended up being a bit of a scramble.
Pinball, wasn't it? Ricocheting all over the place. Fortunately, it ends up in the hands of Dubravka. Could have went anywhere.
BBC Radio Newcastle also tonight live on BBC Sounds. 0-0. A throw for Lewis Hall to take on halfway. Newcastle here in the 10th minute, with Joelinton controlling on his thigh on halfway, playing it back to Botman. Murphy with space on the far side. Botman's left-footed ball finds Murphy. At walking pace at the moment, United. Murphy brings it in and plays it back to Botman, who goes for the diagonal. And it's looking for Gordon, to running out towards the corner. Gordon tried to keep it in and at least prevent a goal kick, but he's been unable to do so despite his best attempts. Botman acknowledges that that one was overhit as Arsenal play quickly with short passes from the goalkeeper, given away. Livramento, Murphy in the penalty area on the outside, forced wide, back to Livramento, to Tonali, lifted in from Tonali but behind.
Yeah, right idea, just too heavy. Raya just gives it away, trying to play out from the back. It's an awful ball, gives it straight to Livramento.
Well, they've had a couple of moments in the final third, Newcastle. The Joelinton shot over the top after Isak got into space on the right-hand side.
You're saying that was a shot?
No, just that they've had in 10 minutes probably, in terms of meaningful attacks, more than Arsenal have. Here's Byrne with a header, and Tonali out wide, but it's gone for an Arsenal throw next to the halfway line, far side. Quite a few empty seats at the Emirates Stadium tonight in home areas, particularly in the middle tier, which is in front of hospitality boxes. Ball back in play. It's with Arsenal. Newcastle pushing up, trying to keep a high line. Now a chance for Martinelli to run. Botman with him. Martinelli takes a touch. This is dangerous. Into the area on the outside. Botman sticks with him, and Byrne makes a block in the 6-yard box and concedes a corner.
Ball needed to go earlier. He's done Botman once and then he checks back. As soon as he's done him, he's got to whip it in.
Arsenal, as much as they are in open play and free attacking play, will enjoy set-piece opportunities and will relish the chance to create something from this. Newcastle setting up with Tonali next to the back post, Livramento front post, right-footed in-swinger, headed over the top, and that is a big opportunity for Yuri and Timber. almost underneath the crossbar, but got underneath the ball and missed the target with the header.
Yeah, that's the second one he's had, and he's headed both of them over. Just can't get over it, can he?
He's really close to the goal line there, and he came in without anybody following him. Got above Hall. Best chance of the night. So far, 13
big
minutes.
chance.
Dubravka, his 8th appearance this season, to Byrne and Hall. Right-footed clearance from Hall under pressure towards Isak. Header on by Arsenal. Joelinton has regained possession for United, and here's Alexander Isak, and looking to release Anthony Gordon. Chance to use the pace and get away. Gordon now into the penalty area, onto his right. Still Gordon. Murphy, edge of the box. It's behind Tonali, but it's come to Livramento. Livramento cuts inside. Now where's the ball going? Back to Burns, centre of the Arsenal half, every player in red and white behind it, and Hall keeping Newcastle in possession, but they've lost any advantage positionally that they had there. Here's Livramento again, plays it against an Arsenal shirt, and now Joelinton is needed to make a challenge on Odegaard in midfield to stop the Arsenal quick break, but the home team still have it, this time with Trossard on the right, Gordon with him. Trossard comes inside and plays it into the centre circle. And it's Miles Lewis Skelly, the 18-year-old, with a pass to wide left to Martinelli. And now Newcastle getting players back into a defensive position in the 15th minute. No goals. Murphy slides in to cut out a through ball. Livramento's on it. Joelinton wide right to Murphy in space. And now United come up towards the halfway line. Carried by Jacob Murphy. Played forwards for Isak to chase. Right hand side. Needs some support. Isak keeping possession. Trying a trick. Getting away from his man. Isak into the penalty area. Looks for Gordon. Might come for Lewis Hall. Cleared away in front of the goalkeeper, and then Arsenal with another clearance straight to Tonali over the top. Tonali over the top from the edge of the area. That is a big moment for Newcastle, with Isak getting away, causing Arsenal problems again with his running down the right hand side. Couldn't find Gordon, it came to Hall and it was blocked, and then Tonali has missed a big opportunity to open the scoring.
Brilliant from Isak. I mean, he gets away. Clearance, it's an awful clearance, straight to Tonali. 20 yards out, got to get over it.
At least hit the target. Similar position to his goal against Brentford, the first one that was the quarter-final goal of the round in the League Cup. Don't want to be critical of him, but with his quality you think that he would hit the target. Joe Willock has it back in midfield for Newcastle and has given it to Anthony Gordon. It's a good run by Willock with speed, and now Gordon to Tonali. Newcastle keeping possession, and they've started well here. Thinking of the games they've played here, they probably haven't played like this. Tonali with a ping to the right corner to Murphy. Low cross. Stopped by Raya next to his front post. Quick ball out from the back from Arsenal, and Martinelli into Newcastle United territory. Trossard, driven ball to the far side, but it beats Havertz, and it's a goal kick.
Poor from Arsenal. Yeah, you can see the confidence that we're playing with. You know, the wins, consecutive wins, scoring goals. Everybody wants to be involved. The movement's good. Isak's running off the ball has been brilliant this early on.
Dubravka to Botman, then across the box to Byrne. Hall's got it. His forward pass is blocked by Trossard, but it's out for another goal kick. And Newcastle will start again. 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. And it's the away fans we can hear. They're a long way from the goal that Newcastle are attacking. We've seen Joelinton put one over the top, and then that double chance. Hall, who was under pressure, there was a defender coming straight out to him, but Hall got there first just and got the effort away, which was blocked in front of the keeper in the 6-yard box, and then Tonali on the follow-up off target. Dubravka's going to go long. Botman and Byrne push up to halfway. Joelinton tries to win the header. Partey for Arsenal, then Byrne. Joelinton helping it out wide left. Gordon can't get there. Got away from him, and Timber is able to see it out for a throw. Standing next to his manager, Mikel Arteta, in the Arsenal technical area. You're in Timber. Taking his time over the throw-in. Ball still not back in play. Now it is. Trossard back to the Dutch defender, facing his own goal. Saliba into the box to Raya. Closed down by Newcastle. He finds Rice next to the D. Carried by Rice for about 20 yards. He gets it back again just behind halfway, left of centre. No goals yet. Odegaard making a run in between Hall and Byrne, but the ball doesn't get played. Havertz on the outside of Hall, trying to run in behind. Arsenal still with possession, keeping it, holding on to it in midfield. Timber back to Saliba, and now Gabriel. Back across to Timber. Partey closed down by Tonali, who breaks out of the deeper lying midfield role. Arsenal with slow possession around the centre circle in the middle third of the pitch. Partey here thought about a quick one over the top for Havertz. It's instead slipped through the centre to Odegaard, on towards Rice. Livramento slides in, and now there's a collision between Livramento and Martinelli. They're both hurt as they challenge for the ball. The referee has blown his whistle to stop the restart. It'll be an Arsenal throw. Livramento and Martinelli are both down.
Yeah, Livramento's all right. It was a poor ball. I mean, it's just a coming together, isn't it?
Livramento wins the ball and collides with Martinelli after he's lifted the ball away. Completely accidental.
Yeah.
20 minutes played. John Anderson, how do you feel Newcastle have started?
Decent start. As I say, you can see the confidence. It's just oozing through this side at the moment with the way that we've been playing. Arsenal look tentative. They've been slow. They usually play at a higher tempo, Arsenal, but we haven't seen any of that.
0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Rice. They went back from halfway line left side to their own defensive third, and now they're on the attack on the right. Arsenal. Trossard into the box. Odegaard with a flick. Willock tries to bring it away and is dispossessed. Leandro Trossard here on the outside wins for Arsenal. A corner off Willock, making a block on the cross. There's no urgency.
Wants to take this corner.
Yes, no hurry, no urgency, no volunteers. There's going to be Odegaard eventually, Norwegian midfielder. He's rubbing his nose on his long sleeve top. He has been ill. Back in the team tonight, left-footed. On the right-hand side, Newcastle defending again. Arsenal plenty of movement in the middle. It's towards the back post. Dubravka punches. The ball clears the area. Eddie Howe, Jason Tindall tell the players to get up. And almost a stumble from Lewis Skelly with Gordon on his shoulder, but he got away just, and then played a through ball which was slightly overhit, and it meant Timber couldn't get in. What was a nervy moment for Arsenal almost turned into
it was good play by the young fullback, actually. Timber was just caught on his heels. I'm not too sure it was overhit, Razor. I just think Timber was caught on his heels. He didn't expect it.
On the far side, Newcastle backed into a corner. Livramento here to Joelinton, edge of the area. One back by Trossard. Gets the shot off, blocked by Joelinton. They gave it away there in a really bad area. Dicey play at the back. put under pressure Newcastle, and they lost the ball. It's Partey in the centre of midfield, Odegaard right of centre, and Timber in the wide position. Midway through the first half, Odegaard laid off to Partey, plays it away from Tonali and Isak, back to Gabriel. Rice, no way forward, has to go inside. Lewis Skelly. Gabriel up the line to Martinelli. Havertz is in between Botman and Byrne. Arsenal then try and get Trossard in on the near side. Lewis Hall with a header, and it's come for Anthony Gordon, up to Isak. Time to turn in the centre circle, then the through ball for Murphy to race onto. Newcastle in the final third here, and other players getting forwards into the box. Murphy goes on the outside, still Murphy wins a corner. Isak went down in the middle and now looks to the referee and perhaps is asking the question of John Brooks as to whether there was a foul there and whether VAR needs to look at something. But it was good play from Gordon and Isak to release Murphy to set the breakaway.
Yeah, there's a pullback
on Isak, edge of the area?
Edge of the area, yeah.
It's outside the box. Trossard is absolutely well, he's grabbed hold of him and pulled him down to the floor. That was in the box. There could have been a problem for Arsenal.
Yeah, but it shouldn't matter.
Well, yeah.
Should be a free kick anyway.
Referee is not happy about something. It may be the distance that Martinelli is from the corner. It's on the right, taken by Hall, headed away by the first defender. Gordon lets it run for a throw 30 yards out.
Doesn't need to be in the penalty area for VAR to look at it. He's dragged them back.
Well, controversial moment then at the Emirates Stadium. 25 on the clock. Throw taken by Newcastle. Livramento goes back with it. Botman on halfway. Byrne, goalkeeper's available. That's where it goes. And from one end of the pitch back to the other. But still with the ball, Dubravka. That's long into the Arsenal left-back position. Miles Lewis Skelly takes a touch, passes it inside to Gabriel. Now Saliba, who conceded that penalty at Brighton at the weekend. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Clash of heads. With
strangest penalty I've ever seen.
Taken and scored by the Brighton player, and it finished 1-1 for Arsenal. Isak closing down Saliba in the box, inside to the goalkeeper. Raya, short ball to the right. Tonali is all over his man, and well, that's a really good play from the teenager Miles Lewis Skelly.
Yeah, he hasn't been overawed by it at all, has he?
Slip away from Tonali, and then another Newcastle player, Jacob Murphy, get out of the penalty box and win a free kick, because that is one that could have gone wrong for Arsenal.
A lot of confidence.
Free kick yet to be taken. Arsenal saying that Isak is too close to the ball. It's on the left edge of the defensive third into central midfield. Rice, forwards it goes. Hall on his chest, takes it down onto Joelinton. Away he goes, over the halfway line. But under pressure, takes the ball out of play on the near side. Yet to have a goal. Both teams have had chances. Arsenal from set pieces. Newcastle 2 shots off target. And 1 blocked in front of goal. Foul by Joelinton on Odegaard on the halfway line. Obstruction.
GBH.
Saliba to take it for Arsenal. Plays it to the right, Timber inside to Partey. Tonali gets after it. Pushed on to the far side of the pitch, the Arsenal left, 0-0. Now Partey drops his shoulder, comes away from Isak, helped on by Trossard. Odegaard's turned and gone backwards with it, but it was a nice bit of play from Arsenal. still with Odegaard, looking to get Trossard in again. Gordon gets a boot to the ball, but Arsenal have it back just outside the area, and a dangerous shot, which they say took a deflection, but the referee disagrees. Gabriel Magalhaes in centre half, low down, across goal, plenty of power, but it bent away from Martin Dubravka's posts.
Yeah, it was a centre half shot, wasn't it? Pulled the neck off it.
Away supporters on their feet, applauding and chanting, and pretty happy with how their team has performed in the opening 28 minutes. Live here on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Dubravka's long ball, Isak couldn't get there, neither could the defender. Then covering Gabriel helps it away. Joelinton onto Willock, won back by Arsenal. And Saliba up this near side. That's a bit of a short pass, but Trossard's got there. Gordon is right behind him. Trossard has to play it back to the goalkeeper. Isak closing in. Raya left-footed clearance. Botman gets up, wins the header from Havertz, and now Willock in midfield. A heavy touch, won back by Rice for Arsenal, and Trossard on. And here's an opportunity for Martinelli to race away into the penalty area. Martinelli hits the post. Wow, that's a huge moment for Arsenal. Gabriel Martinelli, right-hand side, after Newcastle lost it in the Arsenal half, played forwards quickly, a first-time ball from Trossard, and Martinelli was away, and from the edge of the area, right-footed shot, smacked off Dubravka's left-hand post.
Opened us up, didn't it? Great one-touch football, give and go, all of a sudden he's through. He gets clear of Dan Burn. Dan Burn's never catching him. Fortunately, post gets in the way.
Closest we've been to a goal tonight. Arsenal against the post. Mikel Arteta's team have the ball again. They go back to the goalkeeper. That will lift their supporters. And they've got more energy here in this attack, and it's Martinelli, this time on the left-hand side, taking on Botman, looking to beat his man. Goes backwards with it. Lewis Skelly's ball in, comes across to Trossard, missed kick, then a layoff from Trossard second time around, and Odegaard over the top via a deflection, corner on the left as Arsenal try to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, total miss kick from Trossard. He gets lucky. Balls for Odegaard. Willock gets in the way, gets the block in, corner kick.
Newcastle need to see this period of pressure through. Declan Rice expecting another in-swinging corner. There's nobody out there available short, though there are players that could make a run and get it short from Rice. Again, they've got four beyond the back post. It's delivered in by Rice. Dubravka's missed it, and Arsenal trying to stab it in. The ball is loose on the 6-yard line. What a block. Sven Botman threw himself at it, and Newcastle clear the danger, but it's going to come back in now from Trossard. Arsenal win a throw following another Newcastle block on this near side. Dubravka came out, but the whip on the ball from Rice was wicked and couldn't get there. There was a back heel, then other players having a stab at it, and Botman eventually with a vital block to keep it at 0-0. Back in play, on the floor with Arsenal on the right wing. It's their best spell of the game. Newcastle with what is effectively a 5-4-1, with Murphy on the outside of Livramento defending on the far side, with Arsenal in possession. Martinelli coming in off the far touchline, then plays it back to Lewis Skelly, drops his shoulder, turns. Talented player, isn't he?
Yeah, he looks a player, doesn't he?
Diagonal ball into the box. Dubravka gets up and makes a catch, uncontested. Nobody close to him from an Arsenal point of view, and an underarm rollout to Livramento. Murphy available. He goes forwards, he goes back to Botman, and across the Newcastle penalty box to Byrne, who's got the armband tonight. No Bruno, no Cher because of suspension. Here's Hall, went to go forwards, couldn't, went back and wins a throw, throws his arms up in frustration towards his teammates. they at least still have the ball, Newcastle, from a throw-in line with the penalty area. By the way, the cut-off point for 2 League Cup yellow cards was the end of the quarter-finals, so players free of the threat of a ban who are on a booking in this competition tonight. Arsenal give it away in midfield. Willock, chance to break into the attacking half of the pitch, and Alexander Isak left-hand side, space to run into. Isak forwards towards Gordon, who would have been offside, and Isak tries to keep it in, but Arsenal see it behind, and just miscommunication there from Newcastle. Once again in a decent position.
Huge block from Botman, you know. Brave as well, threw his body in front of it.
It's a goal kick for Arsenal at the other end. You were just watching a replay of the Botman block there from a couple of angles. I think it might have been Havertz with the shot.
Yeah, he just threw himself in the way of it. Went full length.
Dubravka out to Byrne, and Joelinton finds Tonali. Hall making a run in space, gets it from Tonali. Nice from Newcastle. In the Arsenal half, Lewis Hall taking them forwards, then has to turn and come back. Gordon, first time to Tonali, in front of halfway, then across to the far side of the pitch. Botman, Murphy gets it, Livramento goes forwards, 0-0. Murphy inside to Livramento, carries on his forward run. Livramento takes it out wide and back to Botman, and now Byrne to Hall, still in the Arsenal half, but every home player behind the ball, keeping their shape. Newcastle need to find a way through, and maybe this man can be the key. Tonali, it goes square to Botman, then Livramento. Murphy just up the line, Botman gives Livramento an angle, back on halfway, the Dutchman gets it, Byrne receives it, then a forward ball to Isak, tries to flick it on, couldn't get there. Partey now to Gabriel, and Newcastle's period of possession comes to an end. Arsenal back to goalkeeper Raya. 10 minutes of the opening 45 still to play. Arsenal have hit the post, and then Sven Botman with a huge block a couple of minutes ago, but we haven't had any goals. Handball given Newcastle's way. Declan Rice on the far side in the United half, and Rice cannot believe the decision. Quickly taken by Livramento. Rice is out of position in the middle. Tonali lifting it into the box. Header from Saliba takes it away from Isak into the corner on the near side. Gordon stopping Timber from getting forwards, but he moves inside, passes it to Saliba, and now Arsenal play their way into the centre, and Partey brings them up towards the centre circle. Important touch from Saliba there.
Yeah, good defending, good awareness. He knew exactly where Isak was, got his positioning all right.
The 5th League Cup meeting in history between Newcastle and Arsenal. Not only have Arsenal won the previous 4, Newcastle have never scored against them in this competition. No goals yet. Hall wins that battle with Trossard, does well under pressure. Hall drags the ball back, keeps going, wins a free kick. Brilliant from Lewis Hall, and applauded by Eddie Howe on the touchline.
Trossard was his weak. Didn't fancy it, did he? Just didn't fancy the physical side of it, Trossard.
Trossard's not the biggest, but neither's Lewis Hall, but the Newcastle man was the player who had success in that particular duel. Dubravka to take the free kick, and forwards go Byrne and Botman and Joelinton. Arsenal were a long way from the penalty box on the left, but probably about 10 yards ahead of it. Dubravka hangs it up, and the big boys try to help it on. It's lifted into the area. Here's Isak. It's into the net. Alexander Isak off the bar and in as Newcastle take the lead in the League Cup semi-final. Dubravka's free kick lifted up
high and headed on, and it dropped for Isak, centre of the box, and the player so often linked to Arsenal has scored for Newcastle at the Emirates Stadium. 37 minutes, Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 1.
Just so simple, straightforward ball, go and compete for it, it drops, and if you wanted to drop to anybody, you wanted to drop to that man.
The header on was from Botman, it looked like, then Murphy with a touch, and Isak left-footed lifted it up and high beyond Raya. The away fans get their black and white scarves out and cheer as Isak is credited over the public address system. VAR might be checking a possible offside, but players on their way back into the half, having celebrated at the other end of the pitch. Newcastle, who until Joe Willock scored here in February in the Premier League last season, had gone 8 matches at the Emirates without a goal, have scored first tonight. How crucial could that be in this two-legged tie? The goal stands, and Isak has 15 goals this season, and his wonderful run, scoring 10 in his last 9 in all competitions, continues, and he's got it again on the right hand side. His Newcastle attack, could this get even better? Isak finds Gordon, Anthony Gordon, tackled by Rice inside the box. And Rice up the line towards Havertz, under pressure, fouled by
Joe Linton. Who do you think?
Well, there were 4 black and white shirts there. It's out on the right for Arsenal, middle of their half.
He's having the word with him as well.
And the referee is speaking to Joe Linton. But let's go back to the goal. John Anderson, Isak in the right place, and the finish
as I say,
of
simple.
a striker in great form.
Just a straightforward, hang it up, go and battle for it, go and compete for it, play off them second balls. Just drop for him, and as I said, you don't want it to drop to anybody but him. The form he's in at this moment in time.
Instinctive, cool and confident from Isak. Exactly how he has been over the last few weeks. Incredible goal scoring run and statistics. Unfortunately, because he's had good moments tonight and now he's scored, the never-ending and what I know you feel is boring Isak to Arsenal talk will probably intensify, at least from the Arsenal end of things and in the national media. Here's a ball into the box by Arsenal and a header from Botman. Dubravka slides and has it in 2 hands. 5 minutes until half-time on BBC Radio Newcastle. 1-0 to Newcastle United. It's been a long time since they've had anything significant to cheer on this ground, but they have what could be a precious goal and a lead to hopefully build on, never mind hold on to. Here's a header from Willock. Isak on the move, trying to keep it in, couldn't do so. Arsenal throw. Arteta, hands in pockets. Usually quite animated, but not at the moment. Jason Tindall out there for Newcastle as the ball goes back into the right corner for Arsenal. Saliba to the goalkeeper. Raya's long ball, looking for Havertz on halfway. Header from Hall, down on the floor for Joe Linton, but he slipped and Trossard picks up possession of the ball. Moves it on to Odegaard, and Havertz in a deeper role, whipping it out to the left wing for Martinelli, who earlier hit the post when he went through one-on-one with Dubravka, right side of the box. It's an Arsenal attack at the moment, and Partey is in possession. Isak tries to clear it. It goes back to Gabriel. Newcastle, Isak ahead of the ball, everybody else very close to the penalty area or inside it as Livramento turns it clear from the corner. Gabriel, and up the line on the left to Odegaard. 1-0 to Newcastle United. Rice trying to drive Arsenal forwards. Inside it goes, just away from Joe Linton, who makes a challenge. Arsenal then win a free kick. It was the second one Or was it the first from Joe Linton? The referee's given it. It's in or around the D, but he had two
yellow card as well.
And the Newcastle midfielder has been booked. Partey fouled as he drove on. Initially, the ball just got away from Newcastle. It was loose in the middle.
He's had a couple of goals on him, hasn't he?
The referee has brought it back, Ando, for the first one, which was just outside the D. I don't know if it's better that it's further away from goal rather than it being the second one, which was almost on the 18-yard line.
Well, you would probably want it nearer. Needs to be careful now, though.
It's to BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Martin Dubravka gets down low by his right-hand post, calling the players in the wall into order and into the right position. Arsenal with players there trying to disrupt and put off the Newcastle goalkeeper. As the decision over who takes the free kick for Arsenal is being made. Odegaard, this is left of centre and it's close to the D, maybe a yard or two back from it. Newcastle wall is in the middle of the penalty area and there's a player, Tonali, lying down behind it. And they've got Odegaard and Trossard as the two who are there. Black and white shirts forming a line in the box. Gordon and Willock to the left of it. Hall in front of the penalty spot. Martin Dubravka watching on. Newcastle lead 1-0. Arsenal with a set piece in what they would say is a favourable position. Trossard leaves it for Odegaard. Hits the wall. Might have been Joe Linton who conceded the free kick. And the ball runs to halfway. Newcastle push up. And Arsenal actually go back to Raya. He's quite close to halfway himself, the goalkeeper. Gordon here with a clearance. Comes to Timber. Final minute of the opening 45 before we get the numbers board. Odegaard's left-footed cross, looking for Rice at the back post. It drops and Dubravka makes a big save. Joe Linton away for Isak. Oh, what a touch from Isak to bring it down under control. And then the ball
unlucky.
Blocked by Trossard.
What a touch it was.
Joe Willock was on the move through the middle. And Trossard with an interception. That could be a critical moment in the game, because if the ball had reached Willock, he would have been away and would have had the chance to go clear on goal. At the other end, Dubravka with the block, possibly from Gabriel, the defender. But the touch from Isak to bring down the ball,
was brilliant.
Out wide.
Brilliant.
The fourth officials indicating a minimum of 2 minutes added time.
Well, we hear there 2 additional minutes. Arsenal 0, Newcastle 1. Isak with the goal, Joe Linton in the book. Rice on the left wing, inside to Partey. Timber on the near side, Trossard in line with the penalty spot, inside to Odegaard. It's come out to the corner where Gordon makes a challenge. It's a fair one, says the assistant. Inside to Joe Linton, back to Gordon. Oh, Isak was looking for it over the top and they couldn't get it away quickly. Hall now looking for Tonali. Isak's got it. Wins a throw near to halfway, that's okay. But a couple of times they could have been in, and you spotted an Arsenal player who's down.
Well, Trossard, he loses it and he just falls over. He's kidding himself.
The assistant referee was on top of that situation, and it was Gordon. It's shoulder to shoulder with Trossard. He did have it. Gordon had his legs between his boot between between Trossard's two legs.
There's nothing in that though.
No, there was no. It wasn't a swipe from behind, a challenge like that or anything.
Tell you what, that's a great block again.
Dubravka from Gabriel.
Oh, yeah.
Moments ago. Arsenal fans heading inside for half-time. If you want to send us a message here on BBC Radio Newcastle, on Twitter or X, it's at BBC Newcastle. WhatsApp 08000 321 333. Put BBC at the start. Header on from Joe Linton from Hall's throw into the Arsenal half. Raya gets that away with height and with distance. Big Dan Burn, header up into the centre circle, on by Willock. Odegaard header backwards. Trossard's still struggling with a problem. We're into a third minute of additional time. Newcastle have the lead. Willock went into a block challenge with Miles Lewis Skelly. Arsenal come away with the ball. Partey in the centre circle. Wide right to Trossard, who's still limping and didn't really want it. Referee John Brooks being encouraged to blow for half-time by an agitated away end. Forwards from Arsenal, Burn header, Tonali on, and there is the final whistle. 35 seconds into a third minute of additional time. Newcastle go in at the break with the lead. The first half of the first leg of the League Cup semi-final, and Alexander Isak with his 50th goal for the club in his 89th appearance in a Newcastle shirt. That separates the two teams on the scoreboard. A finish left-footed from inside the box after the free kick from Dubravka was helped on by Botman and then Murphy, and Isak into the net off the underside of the bar. Great moment for the away fans, and they played well, Newcastle, even if they've had to survive a couple of dangerous moments, John Anderson, and they will be delighted with the overall performance and first 45.
Yeah, look, it's been as tight as we thought it would be, you know. Thought both sides would have a go at it, and that's exactly the way that it's been. There hasn't been a great deal between the sides. I mean, the goal, I suppose it's an old-fashioned goal. It's not your typical modern-day goal. Free kick, just hoisted long into the penalty area, go and battle for it. It drops, and if you wanted to drop to anybody, especially at this moment in time, it's Isak, and it's a clinical finish, isn't it? Arsenal have had their moments. Martinelli's been through, and he's hit the post. Botman's made a big block. Dubravka's made a big block. Still a lot to play for in the second half.
And Newcastle without Bruno and without Cher tonight. Botman playing again. You've mentioned some of the great defending he's done. The midfield, seen Willock in there. Probably not a lot of players come through him, but the results without Bruno over the last 3 years, they haven't won without him. How do you feel they have performed in midfield?
They played well.
Yeah.
They played well. Have they missed them? Of course you're always going to miss a quality player like that, but Willock's come in, he gives you something different. He's a different type of player, but on the whole the team has played well. They've been, yet again, they've kept their shape really well, defended well, frustrated Arsenal, and when they break in numbers and they break with pace. I mean, as I say, the goal is typical old-fashioned goal, but probably deserve it on the balance of play.
Half-time in the first leg of the League Cup semi-final at the Emirates Stadium, and it's Newcastle United who are in front. Alexander Isak with the goal. Second half to come here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 1.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Lots of people heading to the tip at the minute, clearing out the houses and stuff. So this is actually happening. We're doing tip tales this morning. Wendy, what's yours?
I was taken to Pity Me Tip on Valentine's Day. And I've never let him forget that.
At what point did you realise you were going to the tip, Wendy?
Well, in fairness, it was impromptu because we were going to head into Durham. And then he said, well, while we're here, we might as well just head to the tip as we're going past.
That is how all beautiful love stories start.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
And this is Simon Pride back in the Total Sports studio. Couldn't really be going much better for Newcastle United this evening, could it? They lead 1-0 at the Emirates, back for the second half shortly. Let's have a chat with Ando, though, before he gets his half-time cuppa, because, Ando, when we were talking before the match, and we were talking about results that would be, you know, satisfactory to take into the second leg, people were talking about, you know, a draw, maybe losing by the odd goal, but if they were to hang on to this, increase it even, and go back to St James's Park next month with a lead, then people are really going to start thinking about another trip to Wembley, aren't they?
Yeah, but there's still a lot of work to be done. You know, you got to remember at the end of 90 minutes, it's still only half time.
135 minutes to go in the time.
Well, still a lot of football to be played. Look, it's as tight as we thought it would be, Friday. You know, not a great deal between the two sides. You know, we were the width of a post from going behind as well. You know, but I think we've you can see we're a side that's playing with so much confidence and so much belief at the moment. You know, when Arsenal have come at us, we've kept our shape really well, but when we've broken numbers and broke with pace. You know, as I just said to Ray, is that a goal, I suppose it's an old-fashioned goal. It's not your typical modern-day goal. Free kick from inside our own half, send the big boys forward, launch it in there, go and battle for it. It falls, and the one man you wanted to fall to is Alexander Isak, and he sticks it in the top of the net. So, you know, but look, there's still 45 minutes to go in the first leg of this tie. There's still a lot of football to be played.
Ando, I will leave you to it, but we'll speak to you lots more at the end of the game. John Anderson,
cheers, Simon.
Former Newcastle United fullback, happy enough at half-time. Why wouldn't he be? This message is coming from Rich. Just need lots of housery to the max in this second half and take that goal back to St James's Park. Heart in my mouth, but loving the spirit from the boys, says Nick Carter on his message. Stephen Leam Lane, really good game to watch. Both teams are going for the win. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp, 81333 on text. Start your message with the letters BBC. We've also received a message from Susan, who's in Manchester, trying to message Radio Cornwall, and it says Robbie Williams, the Spice Girls and Bob Marley. So the mind boggles as to what's going on Radio Cornwall, but there we go. I'm enjoying this more. Newcastle leading by 1-0, back for the second half shortly. Not much else going on in the world of football tonight. I'll tell you what is going on, though. There are a couple of other matches. In League One, Huddersfield lead at Wycombe by 1-0. A certain H. Kane is the scorer there. It's Herbie Kane, though, rather than Harry. 15 minutes in to that match. And in the National League, Eastleigh leading Oldham by 1-0. As I said, not a great deal, though, going on football-wise. So let's talk a little bit, or hear a little bit, about the world of darts, but from a big Newcastle United fan, Bedlington's Chris Dobie, who will be one of the 8 elite darts players involved in this year's Premier League of Darts. It tours the UK and indeed parts of Europe later this year. It starts pretty soon, in fact. The roadshow comes to Newcastle on March the 27th, so that's a date for your diaries. Dobie reached the last 4 of the World Championship with Callan Ridds, also from Bedlington, and Ryan Joyce from Newcastle, also performing well in the tournament. Golden age of North East Darts, as I keep saying. I've been chatting to Dobie today. He is a massive Newcastle fan, but I started by asking him to reflect on his performance at Ali Pali.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, it was a great achievement. I set myself a target every year, and that's just to better what I'd done the previous year, and I've done that this year. So yeah, I was happy. Although I would have liked to have done a little bit better because of how far I did get. I wanted to put a show on, but yeah, it just wasn't to be, and yeah, we'll move on from that.
Yeah, you sound very philosophical about it. Obviously, you would have liked to have played better, perhaps in the semi-final, but you're up against a very good opponent as well. And next time, hopefully, you'll be able to go on better.
Yeah, of course. It's like I said, there's a lot of positive to take from the tournament. You're playing one of the best players in the world, and he's been there many times and won 3 world titles. And yeah, I'll definitely take a lot of positives from that, and we'll go again, and hopefully I can. It's just a kickstart of my career.
A word about the winner, that young fella. He's not bad, is he? I guess he's setting the bar a little bit higher all the time, but that should hopefully kind of drag the rest of you who are up there challenging, drag you up to kind of greater heights as well.
Yeah, of course. We all want to be up there. You all want to be winning things, and what he's done in a short space of time is magnificent. He's brought a lot of eyes back to the sport as well, which is good. And yeah, he's playing some great darts, and everybody wants. He's got a target on his back now, and everyone wants to beat him and wants to be where he's at. So yeah, he's done fantastic.
And you're quite right. I mean, it's attracting, I guess, a new audience to darts, which is growing anyway. Just chatting to somebody in the office there who said that on the back of, what's happened in the World Championship, he's been in the pub playing darts with his mates last night. And that's kind of what's happening. And I suppose in the North East, even more so, bearing in mind what you've done and what Callan and Ryan Joyce did in the tournament as well.
Yeah, honestly, the North East darts, the standard's great. You've got such a massive following. The backing we have is brilliant, and yeah, a lot of the pub scenes is back into it. They want to be involved in it. Wants to see it on TV. They want to be playing non-stop, and there's a lot of academies now coming through, which is great to see. And and touching on Luke before, and it's all because of the likes of Luke as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of positives to come, and I'm hoping there's a lot more faces from the Northeast to come as well.
And those academies are really important, aren't they? Because I guess that just pushes things a little bit away from the old stereotype of it being kind of you have to go to the pub and have a drink to play darts.
Yeah, of course. There was never none around when I first started, but yeah, it's great to see because you see new faces and kids who are like that kind of shy and don't really get out the house and come out their shell a little bit. They see what's happened to Luke and that on TV, and they just want to try and enjoy it, and that's all you need to do. As long as you enjoy the game, then that's all that matters. But yeah, it's great to see so many young talents coming through.
And as I already mentioned, people in the Northeast are certainly influenced by you as well. And you're becoming so recognisable now, and it's going to open even more doors doing what you've done. So finishing in the last four of the World Championship, you then end up being invited into the Premier League, one of the top 8 darts players in the world, playing a series of events across the country and Europe, including Newcastle over the next few months. That's fantastic to be involved in that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant. Honestly, I can't thank them enough. Last year, I felt a little disappointed. I thought I had finally clicked if I had getting that over that hurdle against Rob Cross last year in the World. I might have been in then, but yeah, it just shows what kind of player I am and what player I've become. Going back from that defeat last year and turning things around, pushed myself towards the goal again and managed to get selected this year. So yeah, it is brilliant. And like I say, you're playing with the elite week in, week out in amazing venues, amazing cities. And yeah, I can't wait to do it all over again.
Hey, you've touched upon it there. I mean, playing against the best players is great, but the fact is it's going to be a brilliant experience as well, doing that, travelling, playing in these different venues in front of big crowds everywhere you go pretty much every week.
Yeah, of course. And like I said, the first time I'd done it, it was brilliant. And I felt like I belonged there. I got welcomed there, brilliant. And yeah, it's just magnificent being on TV and big stages week in, week out. And that brought my game on. I've seen my game better because of the Premier League, so I'm hoping I can kick on from that and start and produce it regular on the big stage.
And the event in Newcastle, that's going to have a pretty lively atmosphere, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. It's always nice to go to your home venue and playing in front of your family and friends. And I remember being there a couple of years ago, and you're playing, and at the front there was my old football team who I used to play with, my local team on the darts, and then I had my family in the VIP section. And it wasn't just me up there, I'm doing it for everybody out there, and I managed to get the win in the first game. So yeah, it was an amazing experience. And touching on war flags as well, they played their part the last time as well, and yeah, it was such a great feeling, and hopefully we can relive that moment.
Which football team did you used to play for? Give them a plug, give them a name check.
So I've played for many over the years. Obviously, we'll play for like Bedlington Terriers and stuff, and obviously the pub football. I love playing with my friends and stuff, and yeah, honestly, I still sponsor the team now, and I try whenever I'm home. I'll try my best to go and watch and still show my support because they support me throughout the year. So yeah, it's great.
Good stuff. And a big fan of Newcastle United as well, of course. So I'm going to play this interview out at half-time in the match, so goodness knows what will have happened when people are hearing this, but you will no doubt be glued to the game against Arsenal tonight.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, it was a tough one to choose that I wasn't going to go, but because I'd been away so long, got to spend time with my family, and yeah, I'll definitely be keeping a close eye, and hopefully we can get some kind of result tonight.
Have you had a sneaky look at the calendar to see what's happening the weekend that Newcastle would be at Wembley if they get through?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm due to fly out over to Germany on the Sunday to play, I think, Monday, Tuesday. But I can delay that by a day. I can go the following day. I'll miss one day and I'll go for the last day as well. So, yeah, that's already sorted.
Already planned. Brilliant. Love it. Well, Chris, well played. You gave us a lot of enjoyment, you and the other North East lads watching the World Championship. So well done on that. Well done on the Premier League as well. And hopefully we'll catch up with you again soon.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Cheers.
Chris Dobie, great to speak to him after his World Championship exploits and the fact that he is now going to be part of the Premier League of darts. Let me just tell you about the basketball tonight as well, because the Newcastle Eagles are in European action. They are playing the Czech side Opava at the Eagles Arena, and after the third period there, they were 65-59 ahead, the Eagles, so going okay so far. Remember to keep in touch. Send us messages 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp, 81333 on text, starting your messages with the letters BBC. You'll be able to give us a call at the full-time whistle as well. So far, so good for Newcastle United, who lead 1-0 at Arsenal. The second half with Razor and Ando is coming right up.
Half-time highlights.
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Dubravka hangs it up, and the big boys try to help it on. It's lifted into the area. Here's Isak. It's into the net. Alexander Isak off the bar and in as Newcastle take the lead in the League Cup semi-final. Dubravka's free kick lifted up high and headed on, and it dropped for Isak, centre of the box, and the player so often linked to Arsenal has scored for Newcastle at the Emirates Stadium. 37 minutes, Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 1.
Total Sport Northeast.
The EFL Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
20 seconds gone of the second half. No changes at half-time. Still Newcastle leading against Arsenal. Shooting towards the goal at the right. We'll run through the 2-11s in a moment. Isak's goal separating the teams. And a first half that Newcastle will be delighted with. Arsenal may not be too disheartened either with the chances they created, but they didn't hit the back of the net. Alexander Isak did. Black and white stripes against red and white shirts, and the ball on halfway for Arsenal with Gabriel. Nothing meaningful's happened in the opening 60 seconds of the second period. We're also on BBC Sounds tonight, so you can listen through the app to get the Newcastle United perspective as Arsenal go along. Livramento challenges for it with Havertz. Byrne uses his size and strength to get the ball back to Dubravka and away from the United keeper towards Murphy. Isak looking interested. Header from Arsenal. Murphy challenges for it with Martinelli on the near side. But it's the hosts who have possession, and it's Saliba in the centre circle. Newcastle, Dubravka, Livramento, Botman, Byrne, Hall. In midfield, Willock, Tonali, Joelinton, Murphy, Isak and Gordon, the front three. Arsenal, Raya, Timber, Saliba, Gabriel, Lewis Skelly, Odegaard, Partey, Rice, Martinelli, Havertz, Trossard. Referee is John Brooks, who was initially supposed to be the VAR, but a late replacement for Craig Pawson as the match referee. Saliba behind the centre circle towards a teammate, and Arsenal almost lose it. Tonali all over Saliba and Lewis Skelly as well. They took a chance there and got away with it. Isak was dangerously positioned had Tonali taken full control of the ball. Newcastle back to Dubravka, and his pass towards Hall on the far touchline is out of play. Arsenal take a throw near the corner flag. And it's Odegaard playing it back to Havertz, who's in the wide position. Isak's got it, looking for Gordon. One back by Saliba. And then Gordon with a block. Hall involved in that Newcastle play as well. Far side of the field. It's another Arsenal throw. 3 minutes of second half football in the semi-final first leg, and Newcastle with a 1-goal lead. Isak continuing his fine form. To score past David Raya in the first half. Miles Lewis Skelly on the left for Arsenal. They play it now inside to Thomas Partey. He's had a lot of football at right back, but has been moved into midfield for this one. Jurrien Timber comes inside, then goes on the outside. Arsenal on the right wing now. keeping possession. Newcastle keeping their shape. Joelinton leading the press. They go back to halfway, and Saliba plays it away from Isak. It's behind Miles Lewis Skelly. It's a double-barreled surname. The England under-19 international. Foot on the ball, halfway line, passed inside to Saliba. He has control. Now Timber, still in their own half. Arsenal. Partey tries to play it through between Newcastle midfield and defence. Joelinton recovers, lifts it forwards. Now Willock, opportunity to get away and play to Isak on the left-hand side. Couldn't take it forwards, and then his eventual touch gave the ball back to Arsenal, who try and go on a quick break with Havertz now 20 yards out on the right. It goes back to Trossard. Martinelli in the area near to the 6-yard box. Newcastle force him away from goal, hangs up the cross. Tonali with a block and Hall with a clearance. Willock then pushes it forwards. It reaches the centre circle. Arsenal have it with Saliba, 50th minute. Partey now wide right. Timber on the move, cross is blocked, and it's come for Willock. Newcastle leading 1-0, and they're getting bodies forwards here as Joe Willock carries it up to halfway. Gordon could get the switch. Willock might play in Livramento, who's now run offside, so he goes back to Murphy on halfway. Livramento's now back onside, receives it from Murphy, and United are 25 yards out. They go backwards to Tonali, right side of central midfield. Tonali receives it again from Botman. Gordon stretching the play on the far side. Isak drops in, receives it and shifts it. It's now with Murphy. Low ball to Isak in the box. Alexander Isak with a shot saved. Yes! Anthony Gordon has doubled the advantage for Newcastle United in front of the away end after Raya parried Isak's shot. What a position they are in. That could be crucial. 51 minutes at the Emirates Stadium in the first leg. Anthony Gordon, and it's Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 2.
Well, Isak involved yet again. His feet, he's just got such quick feet. He drops into the hole, picks it up, plays it out to Murphy. Murphy plays it back to him. It's a good little ball. Gets the shot away, decent save. He's never missing, is he?
What scenes of celebration behind that goal and in the corner where the players ran to. Gordon with the fist pumps in the direction of the fans, and now he turns and makes his way back to the Newcastle half. They have scored early in the second half after Arsenal had kept possession for 5 minutes really after the restart. Isak with the move, dropping in to receive it, link up the play, and then getting it back from Murphy, who continues his run of contributing to goals. Isak took the shot on, Raya got a cross, pushed it away from goal, but Gordon was there coming in at the back post, and it's 2-0 to Newcastle United at the Emirates Stadium after 52 minutes now, a ground where they've only won once. What a position to be in. Now, what do they do here, John Anderson?
Keep doing what they're doing. Go and get another one.
They're not built to defend, are they?
Why would you with the players that they've got, the pace that they've got? Ask questions aside.
Arsenal with a throw in on the left and a ball into the box. A shot now from Odegaard, takes a deflection. Corner on the left. Hit it at a slight angle towards goal. It took a bounce, so back up on the half volley. Would have been on target. It's a corner. Home fans were stunned by the Newcastle second goal, but they're looking for their team to respond quickly. BBC Radio Newcastle. Arsenal 0, Newcastle 2. Here's the corner. Every black and white shirt back in the box. Rice takes it. Dubravka comes and punches. Tonali on the far side helps get it away for Gordon. And Newcastle with players pushing up the pitch quickly. Hall couldn't hold it. Now an Arsenal cross from the right. Nobody there in the middle. And Livramento to Willock and out to Murphy first time. Jacob Murphy on the halfway line, keeps possession. Isak comes to receive it. Spins away from Partey. Still has it, Isak. Back to Botman. And Sven Botman. Big switch to Lewis Hall. This is good from Newcastle. Will they heed your advice and go and get the third? Isak just inside the area. Oh, lost it. Had a first touch and had space from the defender, but it seemed to come off his studs. And then Arsenal won possession. Now a slip from Byrne on halfway, and a sliding tackle from Gordon to bring down his opponent. Yellow card shown to Anthony Gordon, second Newcastle player in the book after Joelinton. Free kick for Arsenal, 30 yards plus from goal, wide on the right.
Yeah, I don't think
was a player foul.
I don't think he can have any complaints, can he? Yeah.
Lining up across the D, Newcastle. 10 minutes into the second period. 2-0 up. Gordon doubling the lead after Isak's first half strike. They've got players warming up. Newcastle, Lewis Miley the latest to go for a jog along the touchline. Eddie Howe with Jason Tyndall in the technical area. Rice with the free kick for Arsenal. Gordon, one-man wall. And it's into the 6-yard box. Dubravka comes again and punches, flags up from the assistant, and it's an offside in the middle. Wade Smith with the flag on the far side, and take your pick from 4 or 5 Arsenal players, all offside.
Yeah.
What a great position John Anderson to be in. 2-0, 56 minutes.
Could be even greater by the end.
Do you get those feelings and vibes?
Yeah, Arsenal have been pedestrian in the way that they play. They're throwing bodies forward, they're leaving gaps, they're leaving spaces. And the way that we've played, and the way that we broke, we can exploit it again. Here it goes again.
Joelinton to Tonali, now Murphy. Options for Murphy, right and left. He's in a central position, holds it up and comes to Livramento, wide right. Ball on the angle to Willock, edge of the area. Tonali on the right wing, now for Livramento back inside, and Murphy finds a gap for Tonali. First time cross, the keeper's pushed it away from Gordon, who was ready to tap it in on the 6-yard line. But a dangerous ball in from Tonali that Raya did well to deal with. Anthony Gordon just missing out on a second. That close, Newcastle, to goal number 3.
Every time we go forward, we look capable of scoring.
An attack from Arsenal through Declan Rice. He drives them on and he's on the charge here to the edge of the area. Martinelli, Livramento to beat. The block from Livramento. Ball stays in on the line. Martinelli, the Brazilian, brings it back to Partey, 25 yards out. Now Gabriel, furthest Arsenal outfield player back, is about 35 yards from the Newcastle goal. So it's all being played in that United defensive third now in this attack, as Mikel Arteta prepares to bring on a couple of players. As we approach the hour mark, Arsenal lose it. Joelinton's given it away as he played it forward toward Isak.
It was a lazy ball.
Needed to make sure, needed more power and conviction, and Newcastle could have been on the counter. Arsenal have got it outside the box. Kai Havertz, wide right. Now the cross, takes a deflection. Havertz header. He's got it all wrong. Kai Havertz at the near post with the ball dropping after a Newcastle deflection on the cross. Should score, and he's headed it wide.
Thought he was going to get clattered, didn't he? I mean, it just loops up. It's a free header. Thinks the goalkeeper's coming, gets it. Comes off his shoulder.
Substitutions, number 5, Thomas Partey.
Thomas Partey, the midfielder, going off. Players coming on are Gabriel Jesus, the striker,
number 20, Jorginho.
And Jorginho. So that's like for like in midfield.
Second substitution, number 19, Leandro Trossard.
Trossard replaced by Gabriel Jesus. Arsenal trying to increase their goal scoring power and attacking options, and Havertz might go out wide right.
Might as well come and sit with us.
59 minutes on BBC Radio Newcastle. Isak and Gordon goal scorers, 2-0 up. Second leg of the semi-final in 4 weeks, but still a job to be done here. Hall for Isak, hooks across midfield for Willock. It's come for Murphy, onto Willock again. Nice take from Joe Willock, then a good run into the box. It's taken 3 of them to stop him, but Willock's putting Gabriel under pressure and has conceded a free kick. And an obvious and easy decision for the officials to make. Willock backing in, Newcastle trying to delay the restart. Ball is back in play, and Jorginho, who's not a regular in the Arsenal team now, certainly in the Premier League, has come on and had his first involvement with a pass in central midfield. Wants it again from Lewis Skelly, gets it. Tonali at his back, Jorginho away from his international colleague Tonali. Opportunity for Arsenal, right hand side in the area. Newcastle with a block, Dubravka then with another and cleared away in front of the goal line. Flags up again. Offside again. They got it away, they got rid, but the offside flag is what matters most, and a free kick in the box. But a lot of space there, but it was the player who crossed the ball.
Yeah, it was offside.
Gabriel Jesus.
Yeah.
Dubravka's free kick, helped on by Isak. Gordon on his chest, facing his own goal in the Arsenal half, dispossessed. Gordon on a yellow card, needs to be careful not to commit another foul. Chased down Timber, who found a teammate with the pass, and Saliba at the back. Eddie Howe and Jason Tyndall. It's a long conversation. Looks like they're looking at maybe a tablet device or some instructions on a piece of paper. Eddie Howe's calling for Harvey Barnes. He's come back to the bench wearing his yellow bib. Sean Longstaff's on his feet, up off his seat on the bench, as is Miguel Almiron. 62nd minute, Arsenal in possession in Newcastle's half, but United have a 2-0 lead. Jorginho, diagonal driven ball, Livramento header up, Rice on his chest just outside the box. Declan Rice's pass inside to Jorginho. Tonali with him. Jorginho square to Gabriel. Again, Arsenal pushing everybody up and penning Newcastle in. Gabriel's cross, helped on, Byrne back towards the goalkeeper, might have come off Byrne's knee unintentionally, and Dubravka catches by his right hand post. And a quick throw out over arm to Hall. Gordon wants it played over the top or in behind, and Timber
did well,
won that 1v1 with Gordon, and Arsenal will look to play forwards. Harvey Barnes and Sean Longstaff are coming on, and there's going to be a third Newcastle change. Possibly Lloyd Kelly might be getting ready. It's difficult to see because of the position of supporters next to the bench, but there's further activity pitch side for Newcastle, who lead 2-0. Arsenal, here's space for Rice on the near side. Declan Rice into the box, Joe Willock with a big block.
Good tracking, Willock.
It's a corner. Kelly, Barnes and Longstaff are coming on. Ball placed down by Declan Rice. David Raya comes sprinting across to the near touchline to speak to the manager. The ball's about to go in play, and Raya gets back into the middle, but he's in the Newcastle half. Here's the corner to the back post, headed over the top.
Again. Dear oh dear.
It's Gabriel Jesus, the substitute, but while it's his first effort, it's not the first header Arsenal have had from a set piece that they have put over the top of the bar.
It's a chance again, isn't it? 4 or 5 yards out.
Here are the changes. Joe Willock to be replaced by Sean Longstaff.
It was Saliba on that occasion. Big centre back, just couldn't keep it down.
They're taking off Jacob Murphy and replacing him with Lloyd Kelly. And Harvey Barnes is about to come on for Alexander Isak.
I tell you what, those two centre backs would be absolutely delighted to see his number go up, because he has terrified them tonight. He has crucified them. He's been brilliant.
There are some Arsenal fans on their feet applauding Alexander Isak, trying to charm him, no doubt. So the changes: Murphy, Isak and Willock off, and Longstaff, Kelly and Barnes on. We'll give it a second to settle down, but Gordon will obviously be the central player in the attack. It might be a 5-4-1. Foul on halfway, Arsenal free kick. 25 minutes of normal time remaining on BBC Radio Newcastle, and Eddie Howe's team are in a fabulous position, leading 2-0 away from home in the first leg. They've had one good moment since the second goal went in, when a cross was pushed away by Raya with Gordon lurking. Arsenal have had a lot of attacking play since then. Good challenge by Longstaff, no foul. Arsenal appeal, and Livramento on for Gordon here. Isolated Anthony Gordon. Barnes on the far side in the Arsenal half. He's won a throw and is applauded by his manager for holding up the play and giving Newcastle some relief from the defending they've been doing. Arsenal wanted a free kick at the other end, but Longstaff made the challenge. Referee says he got the ball.
He obviously did.
BBC Radio Newcastle. We're also on the BBC Sounds app tonight. You can ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Listen to us there if you have a smart speaker. Tonali, a rare misplaced pass up the line. It's a soft free kick. Gordon on Miles Lewis Skelly, near to the assistant referee. The Arsenal player bought that one. The Newcastle attack, if you can call it that, has ended. And Arsenal left wing, Martinelli running at Livramento. Longstaff there as well. The cross to the back post.
Nobody in there.
Lewis Hall volleys it out for a throw on the far side. Dubravka was concerned for a moment, but Arsenal had nobody coming in, as you said.
You wouldn't think they were 2-0 down, would you? They're not getting bodies in there at all.
Chance to work something on the far side for Arsenal, but Newcastle win it, and it's Joe Linton. Barnes tight to the touchline, trying to get forwards. Arsenal have dispossessed him. There wasn't a lot of room for Newcastle, and no players really in advanced positions to play it forwards to. Lewis Skelly now, they've come over to the near side again, attacking the goal to the left. Martinelli onto Lewis Skelly, deflected cross, edge of the area, great block again in the middle of the box. Arsenal still with it, and then over the top by Martinelli, who scooped it up and then had the effort. He's missed the target, and Arsenal keep missing the target, and Newcastle still lead 2-0.
I think they're playing five-a-side, Arsenal.
Joe Linton with that block.
He just flicks it up and volleys it straight over the top of the crossbar. Can't keep missing the chances they're missing, Arsenal.
Martin Dubravka. The Arsenal fans are unhappy about the length of time he's taking over the goal kick. Forwards it goes now. Gordon trying to get away from Saliba, the Arsenal defender, with a free header. Then Hall with a header forwards for United. Saliba again. Havertz nods it on. Arsenal first to the balls in midfield at the moment, but then Joe Linton wins it back. Gordon to Tonali, volleyed forwards, trying to get Barnes away, cut out. And Odegaard, the classy Odegaard, whips it across midfield for Rice and Martinelli. Another Arsenal attack on the near side, into the box. Declan Rice, could be trouble here. Rice blocked at the near side, and it's going to be a corner. Tonali got back there to intervene. Arsenal's latest set piece. But it's Newcastle who lead by 2-0. Isak and Gordon the scorers. Havertz is making a run around the goalkeeper in the 6-yard box, rang a ring around Martin Dubravka. There's 2 defenders on him. It's lifted into the near post and it hits the side netting from Rice. Obviously tried to be sneaky and catch out Newcastle, but that wasn't the correct technical delivery, so it's a goal kick.
It was awful.
BBC Radio Newcastle, Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson, who played for Newcastle between 1982 and 1992, live at the Emirates Stadium. 2-0 they lead. And a goal kick from Dubravka. Gordon manages to win and knock on towards Barnes on the left. Timber back to Raya. Botman with an important header away. Joelinton there in midfield, but Odegaard wins the ball in the air. Longstaff now putting Lewis Skelly under pressure. Back it goes to Gabriel.
Looks a good player, doesn't he, the young kid?
And they're missing another youngster, Ethan Nwaneri, another teenager who scored at Brighton at the weekend. They're very excited about him. And they're also without Bukayo Saka, but Newcastle missing Bruno and Cher and Wilson, who we haven't seen much of this season. Pope is out.
Haven't seen him at all.
Yeah. Kraft and Lascelles coming back from injuries, so they're without a few players too. Final 20 minutes. Lewis Skelly on a burst into the penalty area, lays it off to Rice. Across to the right-hand side it goes. Timber doesn't shoot, plays in Havertz. His cross blocked by Byrne. Odegaard's there, and then Barnes needs to clear. Runs it clear. Can he get it up to Gordon? Looked for Gordon into feet when maybe in behind would have given Newcastle the chance, and Arsenal regained possession in midfield. Martinelli taking on Livramento again. Goes on the outside. Livramento blocks, and it's yet another Arsenal corner.
Good defending again, showing them down the line, not letting them come inside.
Going to try to check the set piece count and the statistics, see how many Arsenal have had. It's a lot. Newcastle need to defend like they have been doing. Eddie Howe's going to make another change, it seems. 72 minutes. The latest corner from Rice, middle of the goal. Dubravka, one arm up and punches clear. Lewis Skelly plays it back to Odegaard and has to go into his own half to Raya. Tonali pressing, and that was enough to force Arsenal back. Long ball into the corner on the right. Hooked clearance by Newcastle from Byrne. Gordon, wonderful first touch. Longstaff's got a man in his shoulder, needs to be careful, but it's come through for Tonali. Barnes could be played in. Tonali gives it to Harvey Barnes. Arsenal have got bodies back. Barnes at the edge of the area. Still Barnes, down he goes, but he stumbled, gets back up, and then Arsenal come away with it, but the whistle's gone anyway. It's a rare break from Newcastle since going 2-0 up, and they didn't get it quite right, Ando.
No, they didn't. And then all of a sudden Barnes just trips over it and handles it.
Miguel Almiron, it's going to be a rare appearance for the Paraguayan. Eddie Howe with his arm around Almiron. Martinelli again attacking for Arsenal. Livramento shows him inside. It comes to Rice. Floated cross to the right wing, the far side. Havertz has it on the floor. Inside it comes to Jorginho. A little dink looking for Havertz. Dubravka's come out and claimed. 17 minutes of normal time remaining. Newcastle's next change is imminent. They still lead 2-0.
Yeah. Just kept their shape so well. Arsenal have made the changes. They've had plenty of the ball. Had chances, just haven't been able to take them, Arsenal.
Dubravka has the ball in his hands, then puts it on the floor. Now the long kick. Gordon looks for it with Saliba for Arsenal, then Gabriel back to Saliba, but behind him in the penalty area. Saliba on the turn. Passes it to Raya, on first time by the goalkeeper to Gabriel, edge of the area, now Rice to bring Arsenal up the pitch from deep. Almiron still waits to come on. Isak's 15th of the season, Gordon's 6th goal. Scoring in each half, United. Trying to stop the Arsenal comeback here. Lewis Skelly in between Newcastle midfield and defence. Longstaff, brilliant work to slide in. Then Tonali scoops it away for Joe Linton. Might have been fouled. Referees let it go and continues to let it go as Joe Linton loses it. Then Lewis Hall intercepts. And Hall... Oh, brilliant. Lewis Hall under pressure. Looked like he'd slipped and lost it. Then had two players on him. Got back up. Won the challenge. Came away with the ball. Kelly and Byrne exchanging passes at the back, up to Joe Linton in midfield, controls it, tries to hold off his man, wins a free kick, and Arsenal supporters on their feet, flinging their arms up.
Not
and
sure
around.
about that.
They don't like the referee's decision. Newcastle really like it. They have a free kick and they can make the change to bring on Almiron for Gordon.
Yeah, he's worked the socks off again, hasn't he? Got his goal as well.
Referee speaking to Anthony Gordon as he walks and now jogs off the pitch, looks towards the goal that he put the ball into, and the 6,000 members of the Toon Army, and applauds. They give him plenty of love on his way off. And Miguel Almiron at the top of the pitch, much like Martin Dubravka at the other end, heavily linked with a move away this month, but on to do a job for Newcastle. I think Almiron might be playing at centre forward. Lloyd Kelly, Dan Burns in the middle of the back three or back five, Kelly to the left, Botman to the right. Diagonal ball from Kelly, hung up and headed on by Gabriel. Botman then wins a header away from Gabriel Jesus. Gabriel Magalhaes at the back, Gabriel Jesus in attack for Arsenal. 14 minutes of normal time remaining, brought through midfield by Arsenal and Jorginho to defender Gabriel. Martinelli can't keep it in. Or can he? Oh, he did keep it in. Well, that was tight. It's back with Jorginho, front of the centre circle. Newcastle are playing a 5-5 non at the moment. Almiron's on the right. Might be Joe Linton who they're going to push forwards, or maybe Barnes actually, with Joe Linton on the left. Dubravka in goal, Livramento, Botman, Byrne, Kelly, Hall, Almiron, Longstaff, Tonali, Joe Linton, and Barnes there. But Arsenal trying to get in behind, but Newcastle see it behind. Good defending by Dan Byrne, the skipper. Another Arsenal change. On comes Alexander Zinchenko. Not really in favour, the Ukrainian left back. And the teenager Miles Lewis Skelly, who has played well, leaves the pitch for Arsenal.
He's played well, that kid.
In the 78th minute, and Zinchenko is on, but it's Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 2, live on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. John Anderson, where do you see this game going next? Can Newcastle get a third, or do you expect it to be all Arsenal?
Well, the way we were set up, I would have said yeah. The way we're set up now, difficult to see it. I think there was more goals there for us, I really do, the way that this game was set up. Arsenal throwing bodies forward, us hitting them on the break, but he's obviously settled for what he's got. Eddie Howe. Martinelli, 25 yards out, square ball inside. Jorginho across midfield to the Arsenal captain Martin Odegaard, the blonde-haired midfielder. And now Zinchenko, foot on the ball, then drags it inside. Jorginho, central position, 25 yards from Newcastle's goal. Martinelli shifts it onto his right. Ball delivered in. Joe Linton header. Tonali takes it, then tries to burst away and is taken down, or not.
Referee says no. Eddie Howe puts his hands on his head, can't believe it. Jason Tyndall goes to speak to the fourth official. Tonali took it down, then started to take it away, and looked like, from a distance anyway, that he was impeded. Referee had a close view and said no. Arsenal back on the attack in the 79th minute. Lifted into the box by Jorginho, and Dubravka catches the cross low down at the near post. Was that a foul on Tonali?
It looked like it, didn't it? The referee's an awful lot closer than we are. Haven't seen it again.
Ball punted forwards by Newcastle up the left wing. Barnes is nowhere near it and just holds his position actually behind halfway. We've not seen a rerun of that Tonali situation. Hopefully we will. Play's moved on, but it would be interesting to look at it and see whether Newcastle should have had a free kick. Into the box from Martinelli. Tonali again holds it up, tries to stab it back to Livramento. Joelinton's there. That is a free kick, and the referee gives Newcastle a decision this time and shows a yellow card to Zinchenko, who's only been on the pitch 2 minutes.
Yeah, no complaints about that either.
Joelinton on the deck, flat on his back. Might just need a minute.
Might need a few.
We'll be with you after the match on BBC Radio Newcastle, continuing the conversation till 10:30. If you want to send a message for John Anderson, WhatsApp, put BBC at the start, 08000 321 333. 08000 321 333, BBC at the start. Or if you're texting 81333, you also need to start it with BBC. Final 10 minutes, 2-0 up Newcastle. What a night this could be. What a platform it could give them ahead of the second leg in a month's time. Joelinton keeping the ball in from the free kick. He's done so well. Now using his size and his power in the corner. That's terrific work from Joelinton. Hall trying to create something, going on the outside. It's Newcastle's ball. Looks like a throw next to the corner flag. And it is a throw. They've got a couple of yards from the goal line. Hall to Tonali, then into the middle. Raya picks it up, but it actually went out, so he has to restart with a goal kick rather than playing from his hands. Goals from Isak and Gordon. Newcastle in a 2-0 lead in the first leg of the semi-final. More defending to be done with Martinelli. Inside to Zinchenko, outside of the left boot. Good ball to Havertz, blocked by Botman.
Many of them has he done tonight, Botman. His defending's been brilliant.
It's a corner kick. Slowly over to the corner.
You wouldn't think they were getting beat 2-0, would you?
Well, there's a lot of home fans who are leaving. Declan Rice, ball right on the edge of the quadrant in the corner. Left arm in the air. Ball sent in near post, just lifted in, teased in. It's on the floor, and it's behind for another corner kick. Statistics are suggesting, these may need to be updated, that that's the 10th Arsenal corner. Taken short, deflected cross, big header by Lloyd Kelly, edge of the area, wild effort over the top from Gabriel Magalhaes, and as far as Newcastle United are concerned, that will do.
It's a Joelinton effort, that one.
It was about as high as his one in the first half, wasn't it? BBC Radio Newcastle, with 7 minutes of normal time to play. The Newcastle supporters in the away section are waving at the queue of Arsenal fans in the stairwell to our right hand side who are heading for home. They're waving them off with a smile, having a great night in North London, hoping their team can deliver another massive result. would be a third huge away win in just over a week after Manchester United and Spurs. 2-0 the score. Arsenal with possession, making their way forwards, and now they reach the final third. Zinchenko to Martinelli. Long sleeves and gloves for Martinelli. Back inside to Gabriel. And he returns it to Martinelli. Shifts it inside, away from Livramento. Curling cross. Header up by Botman. Joelinton with a header at the edge of the area. Tonali bundled over. Free kick awarded to Newcastle United. Gabriel Jesus, the guilty party.
It's all been hopeful stuff from Arsenal. There's been no real fluency in anything that they've done. It's basically 2 banks of 5 that Newcastle are playing.
More home fans heading out. Lots of empty red seats emerging on the far side. Newcastle United, 5 minutes to play. The black and white scarves are out. 6,000 fans, most of them have brought a scarf with them. It always looks so good when they do it in unison. It's a throw for Arsenal at right back. And they've put the ball back in play. And it's carried by Saliba towards the centre of the Arsenal half. Now into the centre circle. Newcastle players backpedaling, retreating. Saliba across halfway to Timber. And inside it comes to Saliba, and then across to Rice. Almiron tries to make the challenge. Rice bursts away. Almiron gets a foot in, no foul. Oh, now the referee's brought it back. Bit of a delay on that one. Looked like a foul initially,
yeah,
but the whistle didn't go.
Tried to play advantage, didn't he? No advantage for it. Coleman brought it back.
John Brooks, the Leicestershire official, places the ball down. Places the spray down, and then the ball is put next to it. Almiron goes to the edge of the box, near to the corner. Arsenal free kick for Odegaard. It's this near side of the pitch, the left for the home team. Everybody defending for Newcastle. Odegaard lifts it in. A United header from Barnes, and then a clearance from Longstaff, and out it comes on the near side. 11 defeats in 12 here. Only the 0-0 draw 2 seasons ago, the exception in that run. Arsenal trying to get one back towards the end of the game with a cross from the right edge of the box. Jorginho over the top. They appeal for a corner, but Dubravka didn't touch it. It was always rising from Jorginho.
Good hit. Always rising, as you say, though, Reza.
Just a few more minutes to see out. And Eddie Howe's Newcastle are about to do it again to one of the big teams, one of the established top sides away from home. Almiron putting Saliba under pressure, forcing him into the corner. A bit of a slip from the normally composed French centre-half. Back to Raya, and now Gabriel. Newcastle pushing up. Tonali trying to follow the ball in to Zinchenko. Joelinton with a lot of running, tireless energy, boundless energy from Joelinton, edge of the area in the 88th minute. Arsenal 0, Newcastle 2, and the Gunners bring it to halfway, and Rice left of centre. Almiron in front of him, up the line to Martinelli. Comes inside with the pass. Every black and white shirt behind the ball. Now Saliba on the diagonal to Martinelli. Livramento straight out there with him. Almiron trying to help out as well. The cross comes in, and Dan Burn gets up big and heads it away. In fact, it was Sven Botman in front of Dan Burn with the header. Martinelli back wide left. Now Rice goes for a curler. It takes a big touch off a Newcastle defender. It's come out to the far side of the penalty area. Back to Saliba on the 18-yard line. Saliba has it again, stabs the ball forwards. Lloyd Kelly has won a couple of important headers, nods that one away. He's come on as a substitute for the second match running, Lloyd Kelly. Odegaard takes over for Arsenal. We're almost in the final minute of the 90. Newcastle lead 2-0 in the first leg. Left-footed cross, that's a good one from Arsenal. Important header away, and then Longstaff helps it on into midfield.
Botman again, he's been immense tonight, he's been brilliant.
Rice could line up a shot here, Declan Rice. Instead carries it over to the far side of the box, played inside now to Havertz. He's got the ball at his left foot, Kai Havertz, Joe Linton in front of him. They pass it to Odegaard. His cross lifted in there, helped on, lifted up, and Dubravka claims. 40 seconds of the 90 minutes remaining. BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. Arsenal 0, Newcastle 2.
Yeah, ball played in, just lifted up in the air, easy taking the end for Dubravka. Right on his goal line. Take his time over this. Run a little bit more time down.
Lifted into the Arsenal half. Lewis Hall and Harvey Barnes challenge for the ball on halfway. Hall has it. Got red shirts around him, then stabs it forwards to Barnes. Almiron wants it in the middle. Miguel Almiron's got a chance. Oh, can't take it. And he's offside anyway. Almiron, it's more than a year since he scored for Newcastle. From the ball inside. Didn't really get a touch on it from the pass. The flag came up anyway. Oh, but if they could have got a third, goodness me. 5 minutes minimum of additional time. Rice into the box. It's a good ball for Gabriel Jesus, who's held it up, played it into the centre, out to Jorginho, 25 yards from the goal. Timber playing it on. It's Gabriel back to Saliba, high cross swung up to the far post. Livramento's header away. Zinchenko to Martinelli, again taking on Livramento. His cross into the 6-yard box, a Newcastle header, then a volley clear by Lewis Hall. Saliba back in, then Barnes volleys it out. We've played almost the first minute of the 5. Still 2-0 to United. Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall side by side, watching as Jorginho lifts it in. Header from Arsenal. Livramento volleys it out for a throw near the corner flag, near side of the pitch. Rice into the box on the floor. Gabriel Jesus takes it out wide left. He's now outside the penalty area. Zinchenko into the centre of the Newcastle half. Tonali closes down Jorginho. Arsenal putting pressure on, trying to get one back in additional time. Here's a low ball into the box. It's behind off Joe Linton. Corner. 91 minutes 40 seconds on the clock.
Still no urgency about Arsenal whatsoever.
Left-footed corner kick from the far side. Almiron at the front of the 6-yard box. Nobody on the back stick. 5 Arsenal players move into the 6-yard box. Here's the curling corner. Header from Harvey Barnes. Goes back out wide. Odegaard then delivers again. Headed across the area. Newcastle need to get it clear. It's Arsenal who have possession. Zinchenko goes on the outside of Lewis Hall. Longstaff closes down Zinchenko. Halfway through the additional period, Rice with a dangerous ball to the back post, but that's a huge header won by Newcastle. And Lloyd Kelly in the corner keeps it in and clears it towards halfway. It just has to go. And Kelly got it up the pitch. But Arsenal are coming back at Newcastle. United lead 2-0. Isak and Gordon the goal scorers. Odegaard for Arsenal on his left, right side. Timber goes on the outside, crossing position from the goal line, and then Almiron comes in and lifts it clear. Tonali, he's still got so much energy, chasing around, closing down, deep into added on time. Jorginho slips it through. Another Arsenal cross towards the back post, and then Sean Longstaff in the middle to clear.
Defending's been absolutely magnificent.
First to the ball, Newcastle. putting bodies in the way, getting blocks in, clearances, winning headers. A huge defensive effort. Only a minute and a half to go. Martinelli on the outside, left-footed cross, another Newcastle header. Ball drops in the box, Tonali nods it away, and then Longstaff has to try to bring it clear. Longstaff wants a free kick, nothing given. Almiron wins a throw. 60 seconds remaining. Alexander Isak in the first half, Anthony Gordon in the second. Sandro Tonali has a bit of a problem, but the referee blows the whistle. Tonali will be able to continue. Livramento's throw, the Emirates Stadium.
It's been yellow carded as well for time wasted.
Tonali or Livramento?
Livramento.
The Emirates Stadium is emptying now. They were leaving with a good 10 minutes to go, but now they are leaving in even bigger numbers. Here's the forward ball from Arsenal into the box. It hits Livramento. Referee says no handball. Botman away into Arsenal territory. 20 seconds of the 5 minutes remaining. 2-0 to United on BBC Radio Newcastle in the first leg of the semi-final. Rice, diagonal switch. Brought under control by Timber, but it takes him backwards. Saliba in front of halfway. It's up to the referee now. The 5 minutes have been played. To the edge of the area, Livramento gets his boot to the ball. Martinelli's got it on the floor, just outside the box. Crosses to the back post. Dubravka punches. Saliba retrieves it. Still we play on. Cross to the near side. Arsenal keep it alive. Sean Longstaff heads away. Final whistle is blown. Newcastle United with a 2-0 win at the Emirates Stadium in the first leg of the League Cup semi-final. Only halfway in the tie, but a huge step towards a return to Wembley and a second League Cup final in 2 seasons. And what a night it's been, what a performance and result. One of the best and most significant under Eddie Howe. An incredible defensive effort at the end after it went 2-0 to repel all the Arsenal attacking play. Isak in the first half made it 1-0 with a close range finish, and then Gordon with a tap in the second half after Isak's shot was saved. 2 goals were enough on a ground where they have had a terrible time historically. It's only their second win at the Emirates Stadium, but what a win, what a result, and what a platform for the second leg, John Anderson, in a month's time.
Yeah, giving themselves an absolutely huge advantage. I mean, the performance was immense. Isak, for the length of time that he was on the pitch, absolutely terrorised Arsenal. 2 centre-backs must have been absolutely delighted when they seen his number come up to go off. Botman at the back, so many blocks, so many headers. Went to a 5-5 basically. Just filled holes, just stopped Arsenal playing. Arsenal a lot of the ball in the second in last 15 minutes of the game, just hopeful balls into the box that were defended. Some of the defending tonight was absolutely magnificent. Look at the win was thoroughly deserved. Arsenal may have had it most of the ball, but on the night we were the better side. We were the most clinical.
7 wins in a row for Newcastle United in all competitions. What a run they are on. What a turnaround in form after early season inconsistencies. Now, over the winter, they have ignited something, and they will back themselves to get the job done in the second leg. All they could do tonight was deliver something that gave them a strong chance in the second leg. There is still work to be done, but to win here 2-0, while there's confidence for the run they've been on, it might have been beyond the wildest dreams of some fans, but it's an absolutely fantastic result, isn't it? Halfway in the tie, there are 4 teams left in the League Cup. Whoever they got, Liverpool or Spurs in the other semi-final, it was going to be tough. They've come to Arsenal second in the Premier League, and like you've just said, a brilliant performance and result.
Look, I said earlier on this evening that I didn't think there was anything to fear coming here. The way that we've been playing, the individual performances, the collective performances, I didn't see anything to be scared of coming here, and so it worked out. Always felt we could get a result here tonight, and it was a thoroughly deserved result. You know, they were magnificent. 1 to 11, I know they're different numbers now, but the energy levels, the closing down, they just play at a different tempo to everybody else in this Premier League. The energy that they put in. The rest of the sides in this Premier League play tippy-tappy football. Newcastle play aggressive, front foot football, high energy, high octane, and a lot of the sides in here can't live with it.
6,000 away fans salute the players who make their way from one corner to the other to the right-hand side. What a noise, what a party in the away end. They've come to North London, some of them twice in 4 days, and they've seen their team win 2 games. They've won at Manchester United, Tottenham, and now Arsenal in just
This was the most impressive.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, this was the most impressive. I mean, to win at Old Trafford isn't a big deal this season because everybody's doing it. to win at Spurs, who haven't won at home since, November or whenever it was.
Yeah, 2 months.
You know, so this was the real deal tonight. You know, this was the real test. And they came out of it with flying colours. They were absolutely magnificent.
The second leg of the League Cup semi-final, wish it wasn't in 4 weeks' time, wish it was next week, is Wednesday the 5th of February at St James's, an 8 o'clock kickoff. Newcastle United drawn away in the first leg, mirroring 2 seasons ago at Southampton, and like they were in 1975-76 when they beat Spurs over 2 matches to reach Wembley, have done it again in the first leg of a League Cup semi-final, halfway there. Still another 90 minutes to get through to book their return to Wembley Stadium, but supporters in black and white away to our right hand side, leaving the Emirates Stadium, have had an incredible evening watching an absolutely terrific performance from their team, from Eddie Howe's players, that has set up that second leg perfectly. And if they can seal it at St James's Park, it will be yet another special occasion to add to the growing list of achievements at Newcastle United in this new era and under the management of Eddie Howe. Alexander Isak, his 50th goal for the club against the team that many people in the media link him to regularly, scored at the Emirates Stadium, and then Anthony Gordon doubled the lead early in the second half. And in Eddie Howe's 150th match as manager of Newcastle United, they have produced one of the most impressive and possibly, depending on the second leg, most significant results in his time in charge. Send us a message on WhatsApp 08000 321 333, BBC at the start. If you want to give us a call, the number is 0800 234 6565. Simon Pride's back in the studio. John Anderson's here at the Emirates Stadium until 10:30. And look out on BBC Sounds later for reaction from Eddie Howe and a player. Search for Newcastle United podcast on BBC Sounds. Final score at the Emirates in the first leg of the League Cup semi-final. Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 2.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Lots of people heading to the tip at the minute, clearing out their houses and stuff. So this is actually happening. We're doing tip tales this morning. Wendy, what's yours?
I was taken to Pity Me Tip on Valentine's Day. And I've never let him forget that.
At what point did you realise you were going to the tip, Wendy?
Well, in fairness, it was impromptu because we were going to head into Durham. And then he said, well, while we're here, we might as well just head to the tip if we're going past.
That is how all beautiful love stories start.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
Well, who saw that coming then? 2-0 for Newcastle United at Arsenal. Good evening, this is Simon Pride back in the studio. Ando is still at the Emirates. If there were loads of other scores to go through, I probably wouldn't bother because we just want to talk about Newcastle's performance tonight. As it is, there's hardly anything to tell you anyway, apart from Huddersfield have won 1-0 at Wickham and Eastleigh and Oldham drew 2-2. So, Ando, where do we start? Well, I'll tell you where we'll start. We'll start with some of the messages that are coming in. 08000 321 333. Start your WhatsApp with the letters BBC, 81333 on text, again start BBC. William in Washington says masterclass by Howe and the players. First win without Bruno. Everyone played well and some great defending. The Sky commentator even punting Isak during the game as Arsenal wishing they had a striker like him. A fabulous result. I'm so pleased for the travelling fans. This one is from John, who says that was the best performance under Eddie Howe by far. Dubravka made some crucial saves, another clean sheet. Tino and Hall superb at fullback. Botman made some class blocks and headers. Tonali was unbelievable, and Isak, say no more. Biggest credit to Howe. He went for it and then he got his substitutes spot on tonight, says John. Would you agree with all that, Ando?
I agree with the majority of it. I think if he hadn't made the substitutions, I think we might have won it by more.
Yes. It was a bit, I mean, Isak coming off was a strange one, wasn't it? Because the momentum was so much with Newcastle. If Arsenal had scored, I think people would have said, well, why did he change it? But because they didn't, well...
Yeah, I honestly think if he had left it the way it was and the way the game was going, we would have scored again. Arsenal were throwing bodies forward, they were leaving gaps all over the place. Isak was absolutely terrorising them. They couldn't handle him, they couldn't live with him. He was absolutely brilliant. Botman at the back was, for somebody who's been out for 10 months, some of the blocks and some of the headers that he won tonight were absolutely magnificent, and it gives the manager a real headache now with Cher available.
It does.
but look, for all the ball that Arsenal had, Pridey, the win was thoroughly deserved, because the energy levels, I said that Razor at the death there, nobody in the Premier League plays the same way as we do. Nobody plays with the tempo and the high energy and the physicality that we play at. Arsenal are 2-0 down. You're going into 5 minutes of added on time. They get a corner, and nobody's rushing to take the corner. It's all, oh well, we'll do it in our own time.
A bit strange, isn't it? I mean, all right, maybe.
But that's the modern game. That's the way the Premier League is. It's all tippy tappy. Slow.
That maybe when you've got the ball and you've got possession, but when you're actually going to take a corner or something, you'd think there'd be a bit of urgency there.
Especially when you're 2-0 down.
Yeah, exactly.
In the semi-final of a cup tie, but thankfully they took forever over it.
Yes.
And look,
we'll
as I say,
it was.
They missed some chances as well, Mike. Havertz has missed an absolute gilt-edged chance when he goes to head it, and I think it comes off his shoulder and goes wide.
Yeah, it was awful. Got it all wrong.
As I say, I think this isn't a criticism. I'm just saying. I think if he hadn't made those substitutes and got the 5 at the back and kept playing the way that we were playing, I honestly think we would have won by more.
A couple of key players getting a bit of a rest. I guess that's one way of looking at it as well. 0800 234 6565 if you'd like to call us, by the way. And you never know, we might get a bit of Eddie Howe or even one of the players on in terms of reaction before 10:30 and we go off air. Brian says, great win, everybody played well, tactics spot on. Tonali and Isak superb. Defence was tremendous at the end as well. Dubravka was crying at the end, so obviously on his bike. Says Brian.
The thoughts of missing out on a cup final again.
Well, maybe yes, because he missed out last time as well, of course. I don't know.
No, he didn't. Because he was in the Manchester United squad, wasn't he?
Well, I suppose so, yes, but he missed. Yeah, so he was there watching. And Steve says, fantastic defending by United all night. Great work rate. Always first to the loose ball in the box. Does Ando not think though that letting Dubravka go is a mistake? Says Steve, bearing in mind his performances.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've got to look at since he's come back into the side. 7 wins, 2 goals conceded. But I suppose from a player's point of view, was he 35 years of age now? If he's not going to be guaranteed first team football, he may well have been to see Eddie Howe and said, look, and Eddie Howe said, well, Pope's still number 1, and we don't know. We're just surmising, but we'll see.
Thought, well,
we'll
I
see.
get a big payday. I mean, get to play some football.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to see him go, not at this moment in time. But
maybe
if he goes, he goes with the best wishes, because he played well again tonight.
He's done really well, hasn't he? Wow, what a result. However, the lad says, John, unbelievable, best win for many years, says Martin. Let's have a chat to Steve in Leam Lane, who was very quick on the phone when the final whistle blew. Evening, Steve.
I'm stunned. I was not expecting that. But Simon, I hope you or Colin in the studio have got a pen and a pad next to you. Remember that lad who challenged you about the Great North Run?
Jonathan, he came on, and said to me that I was making excuses. And I believe I said, what did I say? Steve, you can remind people what I said to him, can't you?
If we win by 2 clear goals, he would do an egg and spoon race, or was it the Great North Run?
It was the Great North Run, and he said he would. I mean, Ando said if it was 4-0, he would do it. So if it had gone to 3, Ando, you'd have been worried, wouldn't you?
I tell you what, I was delighted he made the substitutions and settled for 2.
But Jonathan isn't so lucky. I wonder if he'll come on again. We'll try and get hold of him, because he's not going to run the Great North Run because Newcastle won by 2 goals.
I was just about to say, try and get him on the show tomorrow.
Well, yeah, if we can't get him tonight, we'll try and get him tomorrow, or even both. What did you make of it, Steve?
First half, I thought we were absolutely phenomenal. But the second half, some people, I don't know, but I have had no messages left. But I think some people might say we parked the bus, but we didn't. We attacked when we had the opportunity. We slowed the game down a little bit, yes, but all through the game, I thought Tonali was fantastic. He held that midfield. He put strong passes forward all the time, but when he made the pass, if it didn't come off, he was the 5th defender in midfield, protecting the defensive back line. I thought he was phenomenal. Joe Litton did what he did, and obviously the other 2 in that front line, Gordon and that young lad in the back. Oh, phenomenal! I mean, I was not expecting that. The second half was a professional performance. First half was entertaining. I messaged you during the first half, back end of the first half, and I thought, really good game to watch. Both teams going for it. But in the second half, Arsenal didn't look like they were doing it. They put attack and substitutes on, yes, but they didn't show the energy that we were showing.
Well, that's the contrast you mentioned, Ando, isn't it? In the way that Newcastle play and the way that others play.
I think we play high octane, high energy, get in and around people. I thought the performance was immense. I thought, well, you know what I think about Isak anyway, Pridey, but I just thought tonight he was, those 2 centre-backs couldn't live with him. He kept coming out wide, he kept dropping in the hole, picking it up, getting turned around, getting at them. His movement just tore them all over the place. Tonali in midfield, yet again, just gets better game by game. And again, look, you've got to give a big mention to Botman, who's been out 10 months, plays at the weekend on Sunday, and then plays again tonight. And some of the blocks and some of the headers he put in tonight.
Yes, outstanding.
Outstanding, absolutely, yeah.
And he's only going to get better and better the fitter he gets again.
Yeah, that's a frightening thought as well, isn't it? That he's only going to get better and better, and the evidence of what you've seen in 2 games after being 10 months out, that he can only get better and better, is signs are good, but I forgot about that 4-0. I'm absolutely delighted that Eddie Howe made those tactical substitutions.
Otherwise, you'd have been having
and
to
settle for 2-0.
Yes, get started on your training. Otherwise, great coverage. Go the Mags. Listening in Adelaide, Australia, says Andrew Ty. Thank you for your message, Andrew. Andrew, can you say hi to all the drivers at Radar Taxis in North Shields, please?
Absolutely.
I think they've been
good evening, boys. How are we doing? I hope you have a busy night.
Brian in Gateshead says Razor had just got the words out of his mouth that Newcastle had never scored against Arsenal in this competition. When Isak scored, it was marvellous. And then the Gordon goal was the icing on the cake. Wayne says great result, another fantastic defensive display. But does Ando think we maybe should have thrown Asula on instead of Miggy? I don't know whether that. I mean, he didn't want to have any strikers on the pitch, did he? He wanted to just, as you say,
we went 5-5.
Yes.
Yeah. But look, he did what he thought was right. 2-0 up away from home, you would have taken that. Look, I said in Total Sport earlier tonight that I didn't fear coming here, Simon. I thought we were always capable of getting something. And the performances that we've put in the last half a dozen have been first class. The energy levels, everything about it has been great. And speaking to people before the game, that Arsenal were a little bit fragile. They weren't playing with a great deal of confidence. So I fancied us tonight. I always thought we could get something, but I thought Arsenal would score. I have to say, I always thought Arsenal would score, but to keep a clean sheet, to go back 2-0 gives you a huge advantage.
And Bill has been on. Bill's in Shipcoat. I didn't expect that. Superb win. The manager got the tactics and the subs spot on. Isak terrorised Arsenal, and Tonali was superb in midfield. Dubravka, very emotional at the end. Great servant who is playing better now than when he signed. He deserves his payoff in Saudi, says Bill. So I haven't seen any TV pictures of Dubravka after the final with Lando, but it sounds like from what people are saying that he was.
It looks like he's gone, doesn't it?
Yeah, clearly more emotional. More than just winning the match would have made him. So yeah, that could be telling a story there.
It could be, yeah, it could be. And if he goes, you wish him all the best. It's a little bit ironic as well, because when he came back from Manchester United, a lot of people were out there saying he should never play for Newcastle again, and now they're singing his praises, and he's brilliant. It just shows how people's opinions can change so quickly, doesn't it?
It's a long trip back from London. Those Newcastle fans, 6,000 of them, those that are coming back to the northeast, will have an enjoyable journey. It's a long way from Newcastle to South Shields as well. That's the Great North Run route. Evening, Jonathan. How are you doing?
Sorry, you've got the wrong number, lads.
Well. I mean, to be honest, I know.
You better get your running shoes out.
Well, I was hoping for yours, Andrew, because I was thinking you must be 3 or 4 today, but it wasn't 4, was it?
You're more than happy to have mine.
He doesn't use them.
Said at the start of the night that it would be a 2-0 win, but I'd have to do the Great North Run. I would have took it every single time. No hope that it was going to be as good as that. Like, absolutely not a chance. It was absolutely phenomenal. So, does that mean I'm part of the team Friday then, is it? With the lad this morning didn't even know I'd agreed to do the Great North Run as part of the team.
Well, yeah, we've got to get you in it now, but we'll work on that. You've got to get yourself in the ballot, because the ballot's still open. Okay. And if you don't get in via the ballot, then we're going to have to intervene. So you're not going to escape that
right.
easily.
We'll ring Brendan Foster for you, not a problem.
We've got a hotline to Brendan, so I shouldn't think, Jonathan, that it will be a problem. And he, of course, is a big Newcastle fan as well. So
I'm sure Matt will be on the phone in the morning anyway, just to remind us that I've agreed to do this.
He probably will. So you came on and you're giving me a bit of stick, so it was your own fault, really, and I made you agree to that. I mean, nobody ever believed this would happen, though, Jonathan. You probably thought you were quite safe.
100%, yeah. I thought it was going to be 1-0, probably to Arsenal, or a draw, and I would have been absolutely happy with both of those results, to be honest. And what a game, and I think they just played out their skin, didn't they? Like, look at the defending. I've never seen anything like it. It's just incredible. But they didn't just sit back in the first half. They had a goal. The second half they started well and scored pretty much straight away in the first 10 minutes of the second half. That just didn't used to happen, Nando, did it? When has this ever happened in our lifetime? Because they didn't win anything when you played either. So
yeah,
not that you played that long ago, but you were sort of 80s, you know. It's a long time since anything like this has ever happened, where we're playing well against good teams away from home.
Yeah, look, the performance tonight was immense. It just shows you what winning football matches does for the confidence and the belief. You know, all of a sudden, individually and collectively, they've been playing out of their skin. I thought tonight was brilliant. There were so many really good individual performances. You know, I thought Isak was just dear. I wouldn't have fancied chasing him tonight. You know, the way he played tonight, he terrorised those two centre backs.
Best in the league, aren't they? Apparently, as well.
Apparently so. Yeah, they didn't look at tonight. Tonali, and you know, I gave Botman a special mention, Jonathan, because somebody who's been out for 10 months to play 2 games in the space of 4 days, and to perform the way he performed tonight, his defending tonight was was outstanding. He just threw himself in the way of things. His positional play for headers when balls came in, and he just powered them away. He's given the manager a real headache now, because obviously Cher's back. You would think he comes back in, he will probably be playing the cup tie at the weekend. But I mean, what does he do with Botman now? I don't think there's any way in the world you can leave him out of the side. He's the best defender we've got.
I agree. And remember when we signed Dan Burn, everyone was sort of really confused why we're doing this, the richest club in the world, etc. And then he's, a couple of years later, 3 years later, whatever, he's absolutely had the game of his life, and he's undroppable after that game. And his heart and sleeve is Newcastle. If you cut him in half,
if they're both undroppable, then Cher doesn't get back in.
Well, the thing is, Cher's been incredible for the last few years under Howe, and he's top scorer, probably out of the centre backs that we've got. He needs to play, but I think Botman though is the long term, isn't he? He's the future of the back four. Both Byrne and Shaw, are coming to the end of their careers. Maybe it's one more year for both of them, I reckon, after this season. So Botman, it's got plenty of time. You can't drop Byrne, and you probably can't drop Botman. So the manager already knows what he's going to do with that, and he's going to have to make a decision about the second leg, because I think everybody played out the skin at night. You've got Bruno coming back. Hopefully he'll be alright for that game, and he's going to slot straight back into this team as well, even though they've just won 2-0 away. It seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? But that's the nature of it.
Well, that's what happens when you've got good players and you've got a good squad. Manchester United did that for years when they were winning Premier Leagues and what have you. Players were missing, other players came in and did well. And probably knew they weren't going to get back in, or weren't going to retain their place. The person that was missing was always going to come back in, and unfortunately that's what happens when you've got a good side that's winning games and you've got good players and a good squad.
Yeah,
it's all about it's all about trying to keep them all happy. That's going to be the big issue. But look at this moment in time, it's a lovely problem for the manager to have, to know that he's got so many good players who are playing so well.
There are a couple of there are 4 weeks until the second leg, and lots of football to be played in between times, particularly for Arsenal, who are in the Champions League as well. So it's difficult to kind of foresee what might happen in the second leg, but it's important, isn't it, that there's absolutely no complacency, and Arsenal will come out fighting in that second leg. They might well be improved on the Arsenal that we've seen tonight, Jonathan. So any thoughts on what Newcastle should try to do in the second leg? I mean, do they start the match 5-0? Probably not.
I think to get the suits measure this week as a starting point. No, I was just going to say, you say that we shouldn't get complacent, but one of the lads we got the match with, great lad Liam, he actually booked the hotel at Wembley about September. He did it a couple of years ago and everyone laughed at him, and he said, just done it again, lad. It's free cancellation. So he booked that ages ago.
Well, why not?
Already been on asking for deposits tonight. So no, I think you're exactly right. They could easily come and they could easily go 3-0. St James is their game plan. They could throw everything at it, and they might do that, but we are hopefully in the driving seat and can be just controlled, measured, and not do anything stupid in the second leg.
The one worry for me is the fact that it's a month away, and so much can happen in the space of a month. Look
at our form in a month.
Yeah, exactly.
You'd rather it was next week, wouldn't you?
I would, yeah, absolutely, because so much can happen. Injuries and one thing and another. Fingers crossed, none of that happens. But there's a lot of football to be played between now and the second leg of this cup tie.
Jonathan, you've got some training to do. Quick 5 miles in before midnight before you go to bed.
I'll have to get some training in good time. There's plenty of time, isn't there?
If I was you, I'd go for a midnight run now. Just do a quick 5 miles or something.
Exactly, yes. Just while you're still on a high, that'll carry you through.
Well, I think it's been so New Year I got engaged, and
congratulations.
Thank you. The half's stepdad and brother are both Arsenal fans. And I just got all of it where, it'll be an easy game this, and Isak's going to sign for us. So I've just asked them if they're alright, because I've not heard from them for a little bit of time, but
so you've got a bit of gloating to do as well. Well, brilliant. Jonathan, thank you very much indeed.
All the best, mate. Take it easy.
And we know where you are. There is no escaping. Thank you, Mickey, for your message. Evening, lads. Superb result. Only half time in the legs, but be delighted if you can get to the final and follow the Heeds example, and eventually lift a bit of silverware. Says Mickey, the Heed fan. And loads of messages just saying it's one of the best performances under Eddie Howe. Would you go that far, Ando? I mean, bearing in mind...
Look, I think, it was a very, very good performance. I think the fact that it was a semi-final, people go, it was absolutely brilliant. There's been other great results, great performances. You know, I think the performance, even though we didn't win the game against Liverpool this season, the 3-3 against Manchester City, was it last season, the season before, when we drew with them 3-3, were great performances as well. It's the fact that it's a semi-final away from home against Arsenal, and you've won it 2-0, and people are going that it's been magnificent. It was a great performance, there's no doubt about it. But was it the best performance ever? Not sure. I think there's quite a few decent performances. You can go back to the Champions League performances as well. You know, beating PSG 4-0. You know, you could put that in there. And as I say, I think it's the fact that it's a semi-final and it's away from home. That's got an influence.
Yes, of course it does. We'll hopefully hear from Anthony Gordon before we go off air at 10:30 this evening. Let's have a chat to Wayne now. He's on the line. Hello, Wayne.
Hello, lads. Hello, Friday. Hello, John.
Hey, Wayne.
Don't tell me that you expected a 2-0 win, Wayne.
I did. I actually predicted it. I Colin. I sent a message in before the game.
Did you? Let me have a look at these messages. Let me scroll back to... Or did you send it on a WhatsApp or text?
I sent it on the WhatsApp.
I've got a lot of messages. Can't find it. Can't find it. There it is. There it is from Wayne. 2-0, he said. How did you know that would happen, Wayne?
To be honest, the way that we're playing at the minute, I can't see I don't fear we're playing anybody at the moment, especially the way we're midfielding. I just thought Tonali tonight, he was just so outstanding. He's forward passing, and the way he was getting back to defend as an extra central defender, the way he was getting back in was just magnificent.
Yeah, look. There were so many real good performances. He seems to be getting better game by game. He took the mantle over tonight, didn't he? You know, he took all that responsibility. I thought straight. It's interesting, you know, Simon, because when you look straight through the spine of the team, the goalkeeper was excellent. Botman at centre back was excellent.
Tonali getting back to his best as well.
Yeah. Tonali middle of the park, excellent. And then you've got the main man up top. You know, straight through the spine of the team, all the way through that spine. They were all brilliant, absolutely magnificent.
I thought the two full-backs, especially in the first half and the start of the second half, caused them all sorts of problems as well.
Yeah, two young full-backs did really well tonight as well. They look so composed. I mean, we just seem to be getting better game by game. You know, I don't think we fear anybody. You know,
I think not at the moment, John. No.
We know we can give anybody a game. We're better than most. And long may that continue.
Okay, Wayne, thank you very much indeed. Well done for predicting correctly as
Should have backed
well. Yes, indeed. Would have got a very decent price on that, wouldn't you? I would have thought prior to the match. We're going to hear a little bit now from Anthony Gordon, scorer of the second goal. He has been speaking to Razor, I think.
Everyone needed to perform like that. I think coming to this place is so hard, so difficult. They're so good with the ball. They defend really well. It was always going to be sort of a smash and grab type of game for us, but we executed it perfectly. It'd mean the absolute world, but we can't think about that yet. It's so far away. We've got 5 games between now and the next cup tie, and we're facing one of the best teams in Europe. They can easily flip this fixture on its head if we're not at our best levels. So we just need to forget this fixture now. It was a good result and the fans can enjoy it on the way home, but we've got to go again.
Anthony, in just over a week you've won Manchester United, Tottenham and now Arsenal. How significant does that feel for you as a step forward as a team to come into these fixtures and put performances in that have enabled you to come out on top?
Yeah, I've said for a while, if we can get our away consistency at a good level, then we can be a top team. That was always the thing last year that held us back from really pushing for the European spots. This year it hasn't been a problem. We've been really good away. But again, like I said before, that's all attitude. Away games are attitude because you're put under massive pressure by the away fans, the away team. They feel comfortable at home. You're getting the best version of them. So it's all about attitude, how much you really want to dig in as a team and get results. And like I said, we're in a great place.
Anthony Gordon with his reaction after tonight's game. Plenty more reaction, more from him and from Eddie Howe as well when you wake up tomorrow morning with Matt Bailey, and in Total Sport tomorrow evening, of course, as well. We'll take plenty more calls from, I imagine, a lot of very, very happy Newcastle United supporters. Anthony Gordon there. And they're talking about the attitude that they have away from home and the spirit that they have and the energy that they have. And that's what did for Arsenal tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, look, away from home, it is all about attitude. It's all about work rate and desire. Winning your individual battles and then going and winning the collective battle. And that's what they've done in recent games. You know, yes, winning at Manchester United's one thing. Manchester United have been absolutely awful this season. Sides have gone to Old Trafford and won. Spurs injury problems and one thing and another. Tonight was the real deal. Tonight was the one where they had to, there was so much riding on it, where they had to roll their sleeves up, they had to dig in, and to a man they did that. You know, there was nothing left out there at all. You know, there's nobody you can say didn't put a shift in tonight, didn't go head to head with their opposition number and come out on top. You know, they were brilliant tonight. They really were.
It wasn't that long ago, was it, that you and I covered the game at Brentford, which they lost 4-2, and people were giving the manager a little bit of stick after that. There was a little bit of murmuring, a little bit of unrest. It's amazing how much can change in the space of a month, isn't it?
Yeah, well, football's like that, isn't it? You know, it can change so quickly. You know, I mean, I remember you reading texts out that the manager has taken us as far as he can take us. You know, we need to move on. Now all of a sudden these same people are saying, oh, he's the greatest thing we've ever had.
Yes.
Just shows you, doesn't it, Simon? Just shows you.
Ando, what are you going to do this evening?
I'm going to bed.
Anything else?
That's it.
Bed?
No, that's it.
Okay. Have a lie down and you might dream of Wembley. Ando, thank you very much.
Cheers, Simon.
Ever.
See you later.
Your commentary with Razor Ando back on the show tomorrow night. Sure to be a lively show, so hopefully you will be able to join us then. It has been a night that I don't think many people, a couple did, but I don't think many people predicted. Jonathan wishes that he hadn't made the bet that he did. He's doing the Great North Run now as a result of it. It's been quite a night at the Emirates. Still the second leg to come, but Newcastle United, well, they've got a foot in the door. Could be another black and white trip to Wembley.
Dubravka hangs it up and the big boys try to help it on. It's lifted into the area. Here's Isak. It's into the net. Alexander Isak off the bar and in as Newcastle take the lead in the League Cup semi-final. Dubravka's free kick lifted up high and headed on, and it dropped for Isak, centre of the box, and the player so often linked to Arsenal has scored for Newcastle at the Emirates Stadium. 37 minutes, Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 1. It's now with Murphy, low ball to Isak in the box. Alexander Isak with a shot saved. Yes! Anthony Gordon has doubled the advantage for Newcastle United in front of the away end after Raya parried Isak's shot. What a position they are in. That could be crucial. 51 minutes at the Emirates Stadium in the first leg. Anthony Gordon, and it's Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 2.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
The Late Show with Becky Want.
on your local BBC radio station.
And a very warm welcome if you're listening on BBC Radio Leeds. The final whistle has blown. I hope you have a smile on your face. If you'd like a mention this evening, it's very easy. We call it clocking on for the late show. If you're with me, if you're here in our exclusive late night club, then all you need to do is pick up the phone, 08000 321 333, or send me a quick message. Becky from Southampton has done that via WhatsApp. She said, my parents had snow in Bristol on Saturday night. We may have some in Southampton tomorrow. We've had such heavy snow here up north. Paul, clocking on from a cold, surely. This has become a theme now. I've got a hot water bottle. I said, you see, I am a 2 hot water bottle girl. Leslie in Thornton-on-Cleveleys is the same. I've got my 2 hot water bottles in tonight, lovely and cosy. Ellie is clocking on, but she's driving home to Wellington, trying to avoid the potholes. Oh yeah, I hope you can see them. I hope it's not white over. The temperature is between -1 and -1.5, so the heating is definitely on. Yeah, I loved getting in the car and having the heating. It's free heating, isn't it? The heating full on. And don't forget, I said to you, this is my top tip for tonight. Walk like a penguin. I saw it. I saw it illustrated today on social media with your feet apart and sticking out, and you look a bit strange, and your arms down. Whatever you do, don't put your hands in your pocket. I have been doing it.